Inside the Gamecocks, The Morning Show. Presented by the Barn Dominion Company and Presto Pros of the Midlands. Part of the Chief Sports Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fire on the mountain.
Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good.
It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown.
Williams with the throw to the captain.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home. Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and brought to you by our friends at Resto Pros. They are always there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros Midlands SC.com, and you can build your dream home in the Carolinas by selecting the Barn Dominium Company to build it for you. They're one of the nation's best builders, and the Barn Co. has the awards to prove that. They're also Gamecock fans. That's a feather in the cap. TheBarndoCo.com. The men will tip off at 1 o'clock today. Carolina, can they create a miracle run through the SEC tournament? We'll find out. We've got the Arkansas Razorbacks, who they already took down at CLA just a couple of weeks ago. And they'll get them again today. If they can get through it, they'll get to Ole Miss. So we'll talk about some of that. Brad Muller is coming up today at 11 o'clock. Brad is the voice of the Gamecock women's basketball program, and they are awaiting selection Sunday. And they most likely, it seems, will be the number 1 overall seed. He also is the voice of women's softball. Well, I guess softball is women's softball, right, Will? So softball, let's just say softball. And they did fall to Oklahoma this weekend. They were swept by 1 run in every game they played, but they've got a game tonight. They got Georgia coming up this weekend, and so we'll talk to Brad about some of that too. By the way, speaking of that, Ashley will return tomorrow, Ashley Chastain, and we look forward to having her on, the head softball coach. She's become – sorry, Wil Crowe. She's become a quick fan favorite around here. I think she might have passed you on the ladder. No offense, my friend, but she's moved to the top. So we'll get Ashley in tomorrow, and we're looking forward to that. Carolina baseball plays Georgia State tonight, and we'll talk to Will about that in a minute. But Will is recovering because he was in Arizona this past weekend for a bachelor party, and he called me Saturday, or I called you. He texted me. I called him back after he texted me. So we have been using you probably see the spots that run on the air every day for Chef William Turner. He's from Georgetown, but he's out in Arizona now in Scottsdale. He's got connections all over here, so he can get people's events and things like that catered in our neck of the woods too, obviously. But if you ever go to Arizona and you're going to go, you want to do it big, you want to call this guy. So Wil Crowe called Wil Turner. And you could take it from there because I don't think I've heard anybody talk like this about food in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, this was unbelievable. You know, he cooked us some brisket, some barbecue chicken. We kind of did like a little Southwest barbecue style, and then for fun, he gave us some asparagus and mac and cheese, and threw some sausage and filet in there. And man, when I tell you that filet that he cooked was no knife needed. He cuts them himself. They were some of the best steaks I've ever had in my entire life. And my, 7 of my boys that were with me said it was one of the best meals they'd ever had. And then the icing on top is he made a little homemade pecan pie from scratch. And I am not even a pecan pie person, really, and I could have eaten the whole thing by myself. It was unbelievable.
Well, I'm glad you said that because we only promote good food on any of our programs. And he's cool, man. That dude, I've never met him in person, but just talking to him, I'm like, dude, this cat is awesome. Every time I talk to him, I say he seems like a pretty good guy.
He is a great guy. He loves his Gamecocks, that's for sure. He's a huge Gamecock fan. He knows what he's talking about. He watches, I know he watches every football game. So he's all in on all the sports. He's Gamecock for life. His chef attire is even garnet and black. So
really?
He is full on. Yeah, everything. So he is full on. He's awesome. It was a wonderful meal, and he took care of us, so we were pumped about that.
Yeah, that is really cool. So anybody that wants to check it out, chefwilliamturner.com. You can find him on Instagram too. They got all these great videos of all the food and all that stuff. And if you're going to be out there, or if you got some bachelorette party or something around here, or Nashville or somewhere like that, let us know first, and let's see if we can hook you up with him or someone from his team. But that's awesome, man. And then, of course, y'all stayed in like a badass resort style Airbnb, so makes it better. Were you swimming in the pool when he was cooking or something? Like,
yeah, we were in the pool, the hot tub. There was like a basketball court we had that we got to, play pickleball and shoot hoops at. So
tough life, man.
We just took full advantage of it. But I will say, we went and played golf on Friday, and it was the first day it rained there in 120 days. And it was 42 degrees and rainy the first day we got there. So
you got
that's why my voice sounds like this. But we made the best of it. It was a great time. My buddies had a good time, and it was a good little weekend for my best friend who's getting married. So,
well, anytime you go on a bachelor party, the whole goal is to make it home, and you did that. So congratulations. You're the winner of the week.
We did make it home
on our program. I mentioned Brad Muller is coming up. We'll get to some baseball in just a second with Will. Last night, a couple more tickets punched. Gonzaga beat St. Mary's in a pretty low-scoring game, 58-51, the final score in the West Coast tournament. So they're in. We also, man, I'll tell you what, my phone is just – I'm leaving town to go up to Maggie Valley this afternoon when my kids get home. And this morning has woken up and had issue after issue after issue after issue, and none of them have to do with any of this. This is the one thing I've been able to look forward to today. Sometimes Phil and I will cut on the mics, and you got all kinds of issues. So far, we haven't had any of those. We've had all kinds of stuff going on. Matter of fact, I got a guy. Have you ever heard of Luber? Luber? So they come to your house and they'll change your oil.
Oh,
and
God.
The guy here in town is really, really good. Really good. He's actually out of Mount Pleasant. It's hard for me with my day and everything we got going on to go sit and get my oil changed. And it's hard for me to go up to the dealership because it's about 45 minutes away. And even though I get them for free, but I just don't have the time. So I'll just pay the $90 for them to come to my house and do mine and do my wife's. This morning, he asked me, he said, he's still out there working on mine, but he said, where did your wife get the oil changed last time? I said, man, I can't remember. She just had to run somewhere and get it changed. Oh, they screwed everything up. They screwed everything. They popped the screws off of the oil pan. And only 2 of them out of the 6 were still there. And they had something else was met. There was 3 or 4 things. Oil had been leaking out of this thing. I said, well, they're going to get a phone call. I can tell you that right now. They're going to get a phone call. So it's a disaster. He was like, I don't know what you want me to do with this. I said, well, leave it like that. We'll get it towed while we're out of town so we can fix it. But so that's been just one of the issues. A girl made my daughter cry before she got on the bus today, and the dad came out at me. I was not happy about that. So I'm sure everybody couldn't wait to tune in to learn about all of my problems. But anyway, just had to get it off the chest. Because I have a microphone and you don't, as Adam Sandler said in The Wedding Singer. UNC Wilmington and Delaware played last night. Wilmington beat the Blue Hens, who were trying to win 5 in a row in the CAA. They hadn't won 5 in a row all year. They were trying to win 5 in a row. They finished the season well under 500. But Wilmington, who took down the Cougars the night before, they're back in the dance. So congratulations to them for punching their ticket. The Northeast Conference was played last night. St. Francis and Central Connecticut in a real banger, Will. It made your eyes bleed. 46-43 was the final score. And that one, the Horizon League title game was played. Robert Morris over Youngstown State. So Robert Morris is dancing as well. Tonight is another night, of course, of conference tournaments being played all across the country, and all the big boys are going on now. But there are also some finals. The Southland Conference will play tonight. McNeese and Lamar. That's at 5 o'clock on ESPN2. American University and Navy will play in the Patriot League tonight. God bless American University, but go Navy. We'll see if they can't get in there. They are 15-18, but 10-8 in league play. And I think that's it. I'm pretty sure. Nope, there's one more. The Big Sky, Montana and Northern Colorado will play tonight at 11:30 on ESPN2. So maybe while I'm sitting by the fire up there in Maggie, we'll cut that one on from beautiful Boise Idaho. But the Gamecocks are also on the floor today, and the SEC is underway here in less than 3 hours. Arkansas and South Carolina on the SEC network. Derek and Casey will have it 12:30 airtime on the Gamecock Sports Network. That'll be followed by Texas and Vanderbilt, then LSU and Mississippi State to kick off the evening games tonight at 7, or tip it off on the SEC network, and then 9:30, Oklahoma and Georgia. Georgia's in. Oklahoma right now is in, but it would go a long way for them to win another game. LSU is out unless they win the tournament. Mississippi State is in, regardless of what happens today. Arkansas is another one that, you know, they're in, but they need to win. If Carolina can take down the Razorbacks, could get dicey. Texas is on the outside looking in. They're in the first 4 outline, and there's another team in there named North Carolina. Probably not going to get the benefit of the doubt over them. Vanderbilt would be a big win for the Longhorns today. So there is actually a lot on the line in the first round of the SEC tournament that pertains to getting into the dance and actually going dancing. But for the Gamecocks, it's been all about trying to play their best basketball at the right time of the year. And we talked to Alex Jones yesterday a little bit, Will, and you could clearly in league play make that argument. They're 2-3 in their last 5. One of them was a blowout loss in Columbia, Missouri. The others, a hard-fought game where they fell to Georgia at home. They kind of dogs pulled away in the last minute or so. And they were tied with Tennessee at halftime just the other day and just couldn't get it done. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like today. Keep in mind, this could be the last time we see Colin Murray Boyles in a Gamecock uniform.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, a lot of games today, a lot of good stuff that can happen. You know, obviously the Gamecocks are playing for their lives out there every game, you know, as far as they can make it. But, you know, like you said, I think with North Carolina on the last 4 looking in, first 4 out, and then Texas is the first 4 out. You know, you lose that first game and you lay a goose egg in your conference tournament. That hurts you big time. I really believe that. And, you know, North Carolina, other than the Duke game, I mean, even they came back from being down a lot and then lost a lot, but they've been early on in the season, they weren't playing very well. And then now they've been playing a little bit better. So, you know, they win a couple games in that tournament. They're probably going to get the benefit of the doubt because they are the Tar Heels. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a lot to play for today. And a lot of teams are going to want to prove something, not just kind of go into Selection Sunday with, you know, a goose egg behind them. So,
yeah, no question. As it updated last night at 11 o'clock, Arkansas, one of the last 4 byes. Again, if they lose today, how much could that change? I don't know if it would change enough to knock them all the way out of the last 4 in, playing in that first 4. But maybe. Oklahoma is one of the last 4 in. Texas, one of the first 4 out. Now, if Texas can get on a little roll here, that would put 14 SEC teams in the dance. The only 2 that wouldn't be in would be LSU and South Carolina, meaning every team with a winning overall record in the Southeastern Conference would be in the tournament. Every single team would be in the tournament, including Oklahoma and Texas, who finished the year at 6-12 in the SEC. I think that goes to, if you're a South Carolina fan, think about it this way, because this looks terrible. 2-16, 12-19. But remember, in the non-con, they beat Clemson, they beat Boston College, who wasn't very good, and they beat Virginia, or Virginia Tech, sorry, who obviously wasn't very good. The ACC is not a good league this year. Clemson is, you know, probably maybe the second or third best team, depending on who you ask, in the conference. But in the SEC, let's just say for a second here that Carolina had 7 wins. Okay, and you think so they would be 7-11, in league play, 7-11 in league play. And that would give them 17 wins to 14 losses on the season. 17-14, 7-11. Not a stellar year by any stretch of the imagination. But because virtually every single game that they played in was quad 1.
Yep.
And at minimum quad 2. Every game. Every single game that they played in, you would be talking about more than likely another 4 or 5 quad 1 victories. So they would be, with that record, based on all the other information we've got, and I know that they had a couple of non-conference losses that certainly weren't very good, but they would be on the bubble. They would be on the bubble with that record. So when it comes to fixing this program, after what they did last year and how magical that whole thing was in Coach Parrish's second season, and then in the third year, it seems like they kind of fell off the cliff. The fix is not far away. It's really not. It's just hard to process that type of record because we tie in how things used to be. Like when you see your team go 12-19, Will, or 13-18, or 10-21, or whatever it might be, you think generally when you see that, that's a minimum too, but generally 3-4 year fix. If you're recruiting out of it, and then you got to develop guys, and you got to get them older, and yada yada yada, right? That's the way that it always was. And then you got what Carolina did last year. You have what Missouri has done this year as one of these, just one case. It can happen with 1-2 players in a hurry out of the transfer portal. So while there's always going to be a fraction of the fan base that is just fire everybody, burn the whole thing down, let's eliminate basketball, I hate my life, close the bridges, the whole 9 yards. It's bad, but it's very fixable. And I think people need to keep that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, we're not far off. And if you remember back when SEC play started, or after those first 3 weeks, how many games we lost by 7 or 8 points combined?
That's what I'm saying.
4.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at 5 more wins and you're on the bubble, we were 5 points away from getting 4 wins. So like burning ship and, having that mindset is just like, it's asinine. And like, you think about, like you said, you get 1 or 2 players in the portal with the guys that we're probably going to return who have had some experience and gotten some good minutes this year. We're not far away. We're right back in the mix of things next year. You turn a 1-point loss into a 2 to 3 point win, and all you're trying to do is flip the script and get a little bit better. Just get a little bit better. And if we get a little bit better, we're on the bubble. And if, we beat one of those or 2 of those teams that are, quality, like top, 15, 20 opponents, you're going to get the benefit of the doubt for beating them on the road or beating them at home, like doing your thing. So I think, we're not far off. We're right there. And Lamont, he is unbelievable coach. And we saw it last year. You just got to get the right people underneath, in the building, and we're going to be right where we need to be.
He needs a point guard. There's no question about that. To be specific about some of what you're talking about, but to your point again, to rehash this for the 1 millionth time, you're talking about an Auburn team. You wonder how much it could have changed things in that third game in league play, where they fell by 3 points to, at the time, number 2 Auburn at home. And then they turn around the next game and they go on the road to Vanderbilt. Same thing happens. Same score. They lose by 3. If you're sitting there at 2-2, you get that win over a top 5 Florida team. You clip Mississippi State in the next ball game, where they ended up winning by 5, but obviously it was very tight till the last second. Of course, 5 is very tight in itself. A&M, they fell by 4 in that game. Ole Miss, that's 6 right there. I mean, the Georgia game was on the ropes just a couple of ball games ago, and then Georgia at the very end kind of stretches that lead out to 9, you're talking about that's like 7 games. I mean, you win 5 of those, and everything I just said is right there. You win 6 of them, you're in the tournament. So you're talking about 1 player. You're talking about 2 players. But I mean, it's now look, you got to offset the conversation a little bit. If you lose Colin Murray-Boyles, you're talking about more players than 1 or 2. I mean, this kid he's a freak show.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see if they can kind of get things going today. Again, it's a 1:00 tip with Derek and Casey calling it. And many of you maybe can't watch it because you're working, but you can listen to it. And if you don't have the radio and you don't have a signal or something like that, pull up the Gamecocks app on your phone and it will be right there. People ask about this all the time. This is very simple. Tell your friends. It is free. Download the Gamecocks app. Download the game. You can listen to all of them. You can watch all of them. Baseball, softball, basketball, whatever. They're all there in the Gamecocks app. So make sure you download that. Also want to promote our friends under our umbrella here, the Chief Sports Network, of course. Tailgate Talks with Pat and Steven. This morning, their newest release is out, and it is with future first-rounder Nick Emanwari. If you haven't had a chance to listen to that, make sure that you check it out. Nick Emanwari on with Pat and Steven. It's a neat conversation. You can pull that up in the Chief Sports app, and we would encourage you to do so. Also, I told y'all last week that I ordered the box of cards from Gamecock Traditions, the Carolina football cards. Instead of just 1 pack, I ordered the whole box and gave them to my nephew yesterday. If you order the whole box, you get 1 signed card. You're guaranteed to get a signed card. He got a Nick Harbor signed card. And I said, well, we just had a conversation about Nick Harbor. That was yesterday. And I think Nick Harbor's going to have a big year. So that's a good one to be signed. So if you want to order some cards for your son or your daughter, your nephew, your neighbor, whoever, go to GamecockTraditions.com. They are really, really cool. It's a limited selection, but you can get those there. You can get the Ribo hats there, the Carolina baseball gear, Carolina softball gear if you're going to head out to the ballpark. It's going to be a huge weekend in Columbia. 2 top 15 teams in town, Oklahoma on the baseball side, Georgia on the softball side. We will hit a timeout. Speaking of baseball, when we return, we'll shift gears and fuss and discuss the Carolina baseball program. Georgia State is in town tonight. Hang tight. The morning show will be right back.
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Hey Gamecock Nation, my name is Kyle, longtime listener of the show and avid golfer. I wanted to take my game to the next level, but let's face it, golf is a hard game to learn on your own. I heard the ad from McKellar Enterprises and reached out to the owner and former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. In just 2 months of working with Meredith, I shot my lowest round ever and I've never felt more confident in my golf game. So if you're looking to take your game to the next level, go to McKellarEnterprises.org and book your lesson today with former Gamecock golfer Meredith Taylor. Go Gamecocks.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. If you're in Arizona or have plans elsewhere, visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. From MLB to NFL, the chef has served everyone. He's won all the awards, done all the press. There's a reason for that. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, The Show.
We got started in 1979. Because we're a manufacturer, we're able to control our costs. That's why we like to manufacture as much of the product as we can, because in our factory stores we can offer a competitive edge over other people around the country. When people come into one of our Palm Casuals, it's like they're buying their car at Detroit. They're going right to the factory and buying their car.
30-day money-back guarantee. That's a big deal with us. I mean, we give 30 days to do anything. I mean, return it, change it, get a different color, get your money back.
When you pull into a store and it says Palm Casual, you know you're at a factory store.
Get along down the road. We got a long, long way to go. Scared to live, scared to die. We ain't perfect, but we try. Get along while we can. Always give love the upper hand. Paint a wall, learn to dance. Call your mom, buy a boat, drink a beer, sing a song, make a friend. Can't we all get along?
It is 10:32. Well, welcome back inside the Gamecocks The Morning Show, brought to you by Palm Casual, palmcasual.com. Have you been outside today? It's beautiful. Aren't you just staring at your furniture? Like, man, I just want to sit on you and watch basketball. Make sure it's comfortable, palmcasual.com. So Craig's right. They sold out of the football cards. They've got the women's trading cards. Well, I mean, I would imagine that there's probably some money in that too. About every one of these ladies is going to the WNBA. You don't know who's going to be the next superstar once they get there. But the football cards right now are sold out. Well, they do have. Looks like the box is sold out of football cards, but I think that there's still. Yeah, they still have the packs of football cards. You can buy the individual packs, but you can't buy the boxes. The packs are $12.99 a piece. So, were you a card collector, Will? A baseball card collector?
Here and there. I have it's actually funny. I started buying some for my son the last couple months, and we just happened to get a thing at Target about 2 weeks ago, and there's these new cards called like Ace of Spades that they're doing for MLB cards, and we pulled the Babe Ruth one, and it's worth a cool $500. So our first like random pull that we got was a Babe Ruth like 1 of 1. So
what?
We will take it. Pretty cool. I got it downstairs. I was sending all my buddies texts that are baseball card people. And one guy was like, you need to put that in a protected case and go take it and get it graded because it just sold for $550. I was like, wow. Okay.
Wow.
So
you need to connect with Holbrook on that. He's the card guru.
I saw that he's got like a whole set, like a whole like 1980s or 1990s set, every single card.
Oh, he's got he's got not to give away his business, you know what I mean, but he's got there's some value in what he has. Let's put it that way.
When I was growing up, my dad would buy certain things, but my dad was a comic book guy, and he has Superman like number 0005 of one of the first original Superman comic books. And I think he's got over 10,000 comic books.
Wow.
So he collected those, and then he bought me a rookie action figure Peyton Manning that had the signed card on it, and it's still in the box at the house. So that might be worth something, but no, we never got into the baseball cards as much.
Well, man, I've still got all mine, and I'm hoping. I know there's some good ones in there. I'm hoping one day my daughters will appreciate it as much as I did. I don't know. Maybe it'll help pay for their school or something like that. That's
what I'm thinking.
If it ever gets that high. Russell, the cards I'm talking about. I don't know if you're on Twitter or not. If you follow me, you can go to my Twitter page. I just put a link out to them. But GamecockTraditions.com, if you just type in search bar, type in cards or football cards, they'll come up. So they had a limited supply of a box of all of the, basically almost, I'd say, every player on the team and at the combine who's going to the NFL, Eman Worry and Seller, et cetera. But I think the boxes are sold out. But they do have the packs still available. So if you go to GamecockTraditions.com, those are just $12.99. I don't think that guarantees you could get a signed card, but I don't think it guarantees one. I know with the box it did guarantee one. But they are really, really neat. They're really cool. So boy, we've come a long way. I used to not be able to do all this stuff, but they're the players with their names on them and the jersey. I mean, it's a real thing. So. If you know somebody that wants some, make sure that you check that out. Speaking of baseball and baseball cards, I've got a feeling Ethan Petrie is going to be on a card one day, by the way. He's going to play tonight, and so will the rest of that team. They've got Georgia State at 6:30 at Founders Park, and they're in their final non-conference game prior to SEC play beginning. Last night, I mentioned yesterday, there were some interesting matchups across the country. And generally, the week before you get into league play, you get a lot of teams who are kind of setting up their pitching for the weekend and doing a couple, maybe getting a last look at this guy or whatever it is. And I thought maybe there could be some interesting outcomes last night. And there were. I mean, Tennessee barely got by West Georgia 4-2 the final. Georgia barely got by East Tennessee State 8-6 the final. How about old Mark Calvey? South Alabama down in Mobile beat the brakes off of Ole Miss 14-5. Liberty almost upended Clemson in the upstate, a 6-4 final in that one. It took 10 innings for North Carolina to escape UNC Wilmington last night, 7-3 in that ball game. You had Grand Canyon went out to Eugene and defeated 10th ranked Oregon 4-2 the final score. Texas survived UT Arlington in Austin last night. So most of them walked out okay. Not our man Skylar Meade. I love Skylar to death, but they took it on the chin last night. And Jacksonville State 11-1 the final score in that one. 19th ranked Troy goes down. Alabama barely beat UAB. So most of them came out on top, but a lot of them, a couple of them didn't. And tonight you got a couple of more tests out there. Liberty and Clemson are going to play again. And, of course, the Gamecocks will get Georgia State tonight. Georgia State swings the bats very, very well. I have not reached out this morning, so I still don't know who the starting pitcher is going to be for Carolina. And I don't know who's going to be for Georgia State either. I know that they've had issues this year. They got a bunch of guys who throw really hard, but they haven't had as much success on the mound as they have had offensively. So Will, look, this, I you got to be careful sometimes how you say things, because you certainly don't want it to ever come off as an excuse unless it is an excuse. They swept Morehead State this past weekend. They had to win a couple of different ways. A couple of games they had to score double-digit runs, and then Sunday they had to score one. And most importantly, their pitching had to make sure that Morehead State, who swings it well, very well, didn't score any, and they did that. I do think, though, that they I don't know if they truly have as many questions as maybe it appears. Maybe it's just kind of the outside world looking in. Again, I've kind of stayed away a little bit in the last couple of weeks. But the starting pitching, I'm anticipating seeing a different rotation this weekend, but I'm also not really anticipating it. I mean, I know there's been discussions, but as of now, as it stands right now in this moment right here, I'm not really anticipating maybe the names to be any different, just maybe the look of it being a little bit different, Will. But sometimes you gotta go through series like that, regardless of who it is. So going into the game tonight, let's start surface level general synopsis of where they are with that record at 14-3.
Well, I mean, you're going to have different ways you win. You're going to have different ways that, you're going to have to score 16 sometimes, and then other days you're going to have to score one. That's the way it is. But I think one thing you said last week was, finding a way to win and winning anyways, no matter what. And that's something we always have done at Carolina. It's something we always, preach. And I think that's a big deal. This weekend you do things a little differently. I didn't get to watch a lot of the games. I flipped it on while we were there. But, I think getting through last weekend and, even getting through tonight, especially against the team tonight, I mean, I was just looking at Georgia State's thing that they're hitting like 320 and they have almost 30 homers already this year. Like, swinging it is an understatement, So, and Morehead State was the same way. They were crushing the ball and, had a bunch of homers as well. So, getting through last weekend, getting through tonight, really, because everyone's looking forward to Friday, and it's hard not to, knowing that the SEC is coming up. But, getting the job done, whether it's pretty or not, and, being able to take that next step forward, and that being here's where all the money's made. I think, like you said, it might be a different look, maybe not different people, but a different look of how we go with them. When I look at the lines and I look at the stats and I look at the things from a pitcher's perspective or another player's perspective, in my mind, I feel like some of our guys are trying to do too much. Early in the season or even preseason, let's say, I wasn't super worried with, SQ and the way he commanded the baseball. I wasn't at all. And then we get into the season and I think everyone's like, hey, you're our Friday guy. You got to, we need you to show us you're our Friday guy. And I think he starts trying to do too much.
Mm-hmm.
And, you get some hit by pitches, you get some walks, here and there, the pitch count gets up, and then you get away from yourself and you're looking for different things. And I think we've done that with a couple guys. And I think, the people and the personnel we're using are right. I just think we got to get them in the right situations.
Mm-hmm.
And not that they're not putting them in when they need to be. I just think they're not being where their feet are. And that's consistently leading to some things that don't look as good at the final end of the, the stat line. But I think we're in the right position. I think everyone's doing the right things. Like I said last week after the Clemson series, we were 11-3 or 10-3. I'm sorry. And I said, if we average one loss a week for the rest of the year, we're going to be pretty happy. And then we win. We don't lose last week. So 14-3, you take care of business tonight. You go into the SEC at 15-3. You're looking good. You're on you've won 4 in a row. I really think, just getting through tonight against a team who can swing it, good, bad, ugly, whatever it is. Let's win tonight. We can put our next foot forward and, look forward to Oklahoma and showing up in the SEC at home.
Yeah. And again, tonight's going to be a difficult one to win. Georgia State, they can pop it. Let's talk about a couple of, I'm not saying they won't win for anybody wondering. It's not what I'm getting at here. I'm just saying it's going to be a challenge. Don't look at this as just some random midweek game. Georgia State can play. Let's look at a couple of specific players here. Let's start with more so the good. Brandon Stone. He's a pitch to contact guy. He's going to try to roll you a bunch of ground balls and work at a fairly brisk pace. So far, they've used him in long relief, and he's had a pretty darn good year. He struck out a bunch of dudes the other day. He throws a bunch of strikes. I think he's only got like 3 walks and almost 20 innings pitched so far. Will that's a guy generally, like if you are on the outside looking in, media fan, whatever, and you see the numbers that he's put up in the time that he has been on the mound, a lot of people immediately jump to the conclusion that maybe he should be in the rotation. And I'm not even saying that they would be wrong on that. But also at the same time, there is an entire staff to worry about and an entire team to worry about, Will, and you got to figure out where is he going to be the most valuable to you. If he's a guy who runs out of gas in the 4th inning, and that's why he doesn't throw more than 4 innings, and you don't have anybody else that's comfortable in that middle relief role, it's going to be hard to roll him into the starting rotation with virtually nowhere to go if he can't get you through 6 or 7 innings. But if he's much more comfortable coming out of the bullpen and kind of filling things, and maybe you got a guy who struggled a little bit as a starter, maybe you just look to make a change there or go a different route, or maybe you shorten that guy's innings and get him in earlier, or whatever it is. So there's a little bit of a chess match when it comes to this stuff. But just to give some folks a little bit of a background on it, it's not as easy as just plug the next guy in and go. But as far as watching Brandon Stone, out of your eyes, 6'6", 230, big kid, doesn't throw 100 miles an hour or anything like that. Aside from that, what do you see? What do you like about him? What is the value in him?
Well, I think, my biggest thing is he's going after guys, and, I clicked on it just here a second. I think he's got a .88 whip in almost 19 innings, which is really good. Less than one an inning, guys are, he's just going to go after you. And when you get a guy like that on the mound, he works quick. He does, he wants the ball to be on the ground. He's getting ground balls. It keeps guys active. It keeps the game moving. It keeps your infield, your outfield, on their toes, ready to go. And it's just, it's an easy way to get guys involved in the game, but also to keep your guys going, keep the momentum on your side. And you make a good point. It might not be as easy to just say, hey, let's flip this guy into the starting rotation. In my mind, if you do that, you're going to have to figure out a way to piggyback. And piggyback in a sense is all right, you're going to start this guy. He's going to go 4 innings. Stone's going to go 3 to 4. And then eventually you're going to flip him. Stone's going to go 4 innings until he can build up, because you're not just going to get out there and give him 6 straight innings.
Right.
And it just doesn't work that way. The arm, the body, the mind, the control, you can't do that. So you would have to then flip him and piggyback. And right now, he is giving us so much value in those middle innings because, McCoy's throwing great. What if we don't have to use McCoy on Friday if the rotation stays the same? What if we don't have to use Stone on Friday? And then McCoy has a slip up like anybody in the country can have any given, day. Well, then Stone, that's your your fall, not your fallback plan, but your security blanket, right? So having that guy who's available for 3 to 4 innings at all times, who can keep you in the ball game, and with 3 or 4 of the bats that we have right now, a bloop, an error, and a blast, and we go from down 3 or down 4 right back into it because someone kept us in the game from the 3rd to the 7th. There is so much value in that. There is more value in that than that can really be explained, because sometimes the game is going to get out of hand early. Guy walks a couple guys, a couple errors, you play a good team and they put up 4 or 5 early and they jump out on you. Those things happen. And having someone that you can say, I rely on this guy. Here we go. We're putting him in offense. Give us 1 run in the 4th. Give us 1 run in the 5th. And let's see where we are when the 7th, 8th, and 9th come, because that's when it gets, crunching time. And if you give yourself a chance to, get back in the ball game in the middle innings to then win a ball game at the end, anything can happen. So, with him right now, the way he is and the way he's been, seemingly looking very comfortable and doing his job at a very, very good, good rate, I wouldn't change that. To me, having a guy that can settle a game down or take a game over, but still be comfortable in what he's doing is irreplaceable. It really is. And I remember guys when I was in school, your Josh Reagans and your Reed Scotts, who would take the ball in the 3rd and the 4th inning and get you to the 7th so you can get to your closer or your back end guy. It makes it much easier on a staff to not have to cover 4 innings, that extra 4 or 5 innings every weekend when you have a guy that you can go to.
Yeah, I agree, man. And I agree. And that kind of transitions to Becker. Yeah, look, I'm a big fan of Matthew Becker. There's a lot of people who are big fans of Matthew Becker, including his coaching staff, but his last 2 outings have really not been good, right? And nobody knows that better than he does. 5 total innings pitched between Clemson and Morehead State, 10 hits, 8 earned runs, 6 walks, 7 strikeouts. He hit a guy in the Clemson game. He's not going to overpower you, but he's a senior left-hander. One of the things that we're learning increasingly about guys who don't overpower you is with the tightening of the strike zone, they have maybe got to learn to do something different than what they've done their entire career. Brandon Stone, for instance, he pitches to contact. The movement on, the sinker and some of those pitches that he throws, he wants them to hit it. Go for it. Have at it. Becker is not getting a lot of calls on the corners, the bottom of the zone, the top of the zone. And when you're throwing more balls, you're going to get less calls when it comes to those fringe balls and strikes, certainly. And that's just kind of the name of the game. So when he gets behind and counts and he's forced to throw something in the middle of the plate, bad things are happening to Matthew Becker. What would be your advice to him with everything he's gone through in the last couple of games and trying to kind of get him out of not only the rut of struggling on the mound, but I think also struggling mentally? He's a kid who I don't know if there's anybody on the team that wants to perform more than Matthew Becker, a lifelong Gamecock fan who celebrated the World Series wins and all that stuff. And this kid is itching to go out there and be a hero for his team. So what would be your advice to him?
Well, first off, I'd sit him down and say, the last 2 weeks have obviously not went your way. And we can't change that. But if you're going to look at what's happened in the past, let's look what's happened before those last 2 weeks and everything you've brought to the table leading up to now. He's got the pedigree, he's got the numbers, he's got the innings. He's done it all for us. He's been through the ringer, and he's controlled himself very well for multiple years. So I would show him that first. Listen, you go through stretches, they're not great, but if you look at the long term, you've been a great pitcher for us. We know who you are. We know who you can be. Let's get back to that and just reset. Let's hit a mental reset. I would also say, hey, early in the count, you got to use the fat part of the dish. If you're not going to use the fat part of the dish, guys are going to eliminate pitches. Guys are going to eliminate the zone on you, and they're going to sit dead red, because if you're nibbling on a corner here and you're nibbling on a corner here, and you get that one day where an umpire is saying, I'm not giving it to you, you're going to get yourself in bad counts. That leads to, bad situations, and usually favors the offense. So I would say, when it's 0-0, 0-1, 1-0, go after guys. They hit a double off the wall and you threw one pitch, and you do the same thing the next time and the guy hits a ground ball out. What's it matter? Instead of throwing 6 pitches, you've thrown 2 and you're an out. You've got an out. I just think you gotta be smarter earlier in the count, especially now. Guys, like this weekend when he throws, because we know he's going to throw, Oklahoma's going to know every single thing that he's done in the Clemson and the Morehead State. And they're going to say, make him come in the zone. They're going to say it. That's the first thing they're going to do. If he's going to nibble on the corners, give him strike 1. Like, he's got to come in the zone. Make him throw strikes. And if he doesn't do that, that's when we're going to get in trouble. And that's what's happened. So I think, sitting him down and going, hey, listen, everybody's got your scouting report. Everybody knows what you can do. That doesn't mean you're not a good pitcher, because you're a great arm. You've done great things. Get back in the zone, get strike 1, and that's going to lead to easier outs. If you don't get strike 1 before you go, 1-0, 2-0, you get in a very tough situation. And I think if we can get him back over the plate for strike 1, whether it be dropping in a curveball, whether it be throwing a changeup that a guy sees as a heater and he swings. Go after guys. That's all you can preach, because the hardest thing to do is get yourself in trouble and then trying to get yourself out of trouble. And the easiest way to not get in trouble is strike 1. I think first pitch strike percentage is one of the biggest things that leads to success in the big leagues. And if it's leading to success in the big leagues, I can only imagine how much more success it brings in, college, like lower levels. So, I think I want to say if you go 0-1 to 1-0, I think the average drops, or the average difference is like a 308 hitter in the big leagues to like a 182 hitter in the big leagues, just by one pitch, strike 1. So that would be my biggest thing as his game plan would be, listen, eliminate all the other stuff. Let's make the zone bigger, not smaller, as in, let's go to the fat part of the plate. Let's not be so fine. And let's see what happens when we can go 0-1. Let's see what happens when we can get strike 1 on these guys.
It's incredible advice. You are a big league pitcher, so you know a little bit about some of this stuff. But I think it's great advice. And I think that's a big thing. I think it'll help his confidence too. I'll say this on Matthew Becker. There's no way I'll ever move my ground on this. This team has to have him perform. He's got to pitch. And he has to pitch well. They have to. He's a senior left-hander who's pitched for 4 years. I'm not saying that from like a pressure standby. That's like a confidence builder. Like, yeah, you're right. They need me. They have to have him pitch well. And I think his moment's coming. We don't know where or when, but I think that moment is coming, and he's in a rut right now. But maybe doing something like that will get him out of it.
I think there's someone behind you on that screen in that picture. who was a senior left-hander that, basically was a vital driving point in the national championship, as in Nolan Belcher. And it's guys that are like that give great teams the opportunity to win national championships. It's guys who are your 88 to 92 curveball changeup. They go after guys. They give you 5, 6, 7 innings, and they battle their tails off. And that's who Matthew Becker is. He is going to be a battler. He's a dog. He's Gamecock through and through. And I'm with you. I'm not moving on this statement that he's got to pitch for us. He will pitch for us. He's going to pitch well for us.
Maybe that shows up in the opening weekend of SEC play. We'll see what happens. The difference in Matthew Becker and Nolan Belcher is about 8 inches.
That's probably right.
Because I love Nolan Belcher. He's one of the coolest cats in the world. And I'm not a tall guy, but when I'm taller than somebody, I make sure to use that moment to tell them, you ain't as tall as I am. And Nolan Belcher battled his rear end off around here for a long time, and you're right about that. He did a lot during that era. So, well, look, man, we'll let you run. We'll see what happens tonight. 6:30 first pitch, 6:15 airtime. Derek's not there. That damn Derek. He doesn't ever work. I'm just kidding. He's in Nashville calling basketball. So it'll be Cade Crenshaw and Stuart Lake. We'll do it again next week, brother. We'll be able to recap the Oklahoma Sooners and the Gamecocks after the opening weekend of the Southeastern Conference. Thanks, man.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You're the man. There you go. The great Wil Crowe. When we return, the great Brad Muller. We'll turn our attention to the women's basketball program, and we'll talk about Ashley Chastain's softball program as well. Stick around. Hour 2 up next.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. RestoProsMidlandsSC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Happy New Year from the Barndominium Company, where they are building dream homes in the Carolinas, Georgia, and Tennessee. Their turnkey process can be custom designed and takes 6 months on average. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. Thebarndominiumco.com. Gamecock owned and operated.
Think about that old ride of yours. The carpools, the road trips, the heavy hauls, date nights, and the dings and the dents and the sticky spills and cracker crumbs, and that smell that really never goes away. Do you really want to start the new year in the same old ride? Or is it time for a fresh start? Now's the time for incredible New Year's savings at Love Chevrolet on the entire lineup of award-winning vehicles. Love has more new Chevys on the lot than any other dealer in the Midlands, in the color, style, features you've been looking for. With New Year's savings and Love's famous low price guarantee, your new ride in 25 will be invigorating, exhilarating, and affordable too. South Carolina's #1 volume Chevy dealer, I-26 at Harbison, and online at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
That's the power of love. Love Chevy. This is my dirt.
Welcome back to Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barndominium Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Hour 2 starts now.
Yeah, I'd hate to be the first to sell. This is my dirt, these are my fields, where I harvest what I plant. That little pond, I catch bluegill. I built that barn with my 2 hands, where I raise my babies, a piece of me. Now this ain't just a piece of land. The money be great, but I can't part ways with a life that works. Can't put a greenback dollar on what it's worth. This is mine.
It is 11 o'clock. It's the final hour of the morning show. It is Wednesday, and we are built by the Barn Dough Co. and brought to you by our good friend Tony Pope, Tony Pope State Farm. You've seen his name in the CLA and at Founders Park and Williams-Brice Stadium. Tony Pope State Farm, TonyPope.com if you'd like to shop your insurance here in South Carolina and in the fake peach state of Georgia. It's not the real peach state. We do this all the time. They produce 5% of the nation's peaches. South Carolina produces 12% of the nation's peaches. So while we're renaming the Gulf of Mexico, we're going to go ahead and start renaming states. South Carolina will also be the peach state moving forward in addition to the Palmetto State. All right, now that I got that off the plate, we get to bring in the great voice of the Gamecocks, Brad Muller. Hey, man.
How you doing?
I just, every time I think of them, the peach state, it drives me up the wall. We're more than double the amount of peaches they produce. What are we doing here?
I lived in Georgia for 13 years, so yeah, next time I talk to some of my Georgia buddies, I'm gonna have to make sure to remind them of that.
Yep, if you don't mind, I'd appreciate that. They can be. I don't know what should Georgia even be known for? What I don't even know.
Well, where I lived, it was actually the home of the. It was a small town called Milledgeville that used to be the capital of Georgia. It was best known for the mental institution that used to be there, the state hospital. So I don't know.
That's scary. You don't want to be known for that, I don't think.
Right.
Oh, man. All right, man. It is so good to see you again. You and Derek are pretty busy this time of the year.
That's a good time.
It is, isn't it? And especially when you're calling winners.
Yes.
You get a chance to do that. And now that softball's doing what they're doing, a reminder, Ashley will be here tomorrow, and we can't wait to see her again. She is as sweet as they come, but she can be a rattlesnake out there on the softball field. She's a hell of a coach. So is Dawn Staley, and Charlie Krim has got the Gamecocks as the top overall seed. Another magical weekend for them in the SEC women's tournament. And do you think that when they went into this thing, I'm just understanding Dawn and her team and the competitive spirit that they have, like, did they have Texas circled? Like, please give us Texas again in the finals. Did you hear any of that stuff?
Well, I think everybody wanted them again. Obviously, they split during the regular season, but because of the success that South Carolina has had the last 10 years, that anytime they do lose, there's kind of the fan base certainly gets a chip on their shoulder. And because they split with Texas, losing the second meeting there in Austin, I think there was a lot of folks that said, yeah, we want another shot at them to show that we're the better team. Nobody likes to share a regular season, conference championship. I know Coach Staley doesn't like to share a title. And that's exactly, unfortunately, what it was this year, since, the head-to-head was even, everything else was equal. So, I think that there's a lot of people within the program that were hoping they would get that opportunity. Texas is really good, and they are a difficult matchup specifically for South Carolina based on what they have with their size and depth in the post and what South Carolina does not have this year. South Carolina, for the first time in 10 years, doesn't have an All-American in the post, but they're still pretty good. And we saw that, on Sunday in the championship game, and they did a terrific job. I think the coaching staff came up with an outstanding plan defensively, and the players executed it really well. I think South Carolina's forwards, specifically Sanaya Fagan, Miriam Dowda coming off the bench, and then Chloe Kitts playing the four, were outstanding all tournament long, especially on Sunday.
Yeah, we're gonna get to Chloe here in just a second. She's turning up the heat here at the right time of the year. You mentioned not having an All-American in the paint, but they are still pretty good. And obviously the loss of Ashlyn Watkins certainly, is a major reason for that. Ashlyn Watkins, I think, is probably going to end up being an All-American in the paint, for anybody wondering, right?
Yeah, she's a unicorn.
Man. But when, so they've lost 3 games this year, which is a lot by South Carolina standards, which is just bizarre to even think that. But, the challenges in the games that they've had to, not that they don't have to battle every game, but in the ones where you're like, this is going to be a fight to come out on top here, talk about the paint and from your perspective, you've seen them all. You've been up close for every single one of these things. The rest of us have seen it from a little bit of a distance. Talk about that and how it will translate to deeper in the tournament.
Yeah, you always want to be playing your best basketball late in the season, and if the SEC tournament is an indication, then the Gamecocks are certainly trending in that direction, specifically with their inside game, as I mentioned with Sanaya Fagan and some of the others. And again, it's not always fair to compare because the Gamecocks have been blessed. You think about the last 10 years, you had Elena Coates, and then you had Asia Wilson come in the next year, and then their careers overlapped for a few years. Then you had Asia by herself, and then you had Aaliyah Boston, and then you had Camila Cardoso come in and their careers overlapped for a couple of years. And then you had Camila by herself. So, those are pretty high standards in terms of what you were getting in the paint for 10 years. But, Sanaya Fagan offensively is as good as many of them with her ability to finish under the basket. Her mid-range is fantastic. I think we saw that in the SEC tournament. I think the biggest knock on her or question mark maybe going into this year was, can she play defense for long stretches? Is not so much the ability, but the want to. And, this year, I think at times, she played a little bit tight, and finally she's kind of loosened up as the season got late and is playing her best basketball at the right time. I think she had 22 points in the game at Ole Miss, the second to last game. The defense, all three games was really in the SEC tournament, just absolutely amazing with what she did. She shut down the All-American Reagan Beers, the All-American center for Oklahoma in the semifinal game, held her, I think, to single digits. And that's a big body in the paint in Reagan Beers, and they shut her down, made her very inefficient. I think she was like 2 for 10 from the floor. And then, you shut down the two bigs for Texas. They had a 6'4" starting post that's really good. And then the 6'6" girl coming off the bench, Kyla Oldacre. And that was a non-factor on Sunday. And you got to credit Sanaya Fagan for stepping up her level of game on the defensive side. And I think it carried over into her offense. I mean, Fagan in the 3 games of the SEC tournament played like an All-American. In the 3 games, she averaged about 13 points per game, but she shot 75% from the floor, 18 out of 24 in the 3 games. And a lot of them, like you saw in the Texas game, was mid-range. She wasn't just shooting layups. She was shooting, 10-footers and making them with regularity. And so that's what you love seeing going into the postseason. Then you add Chloe Kitts coming in at the 4 position, who probably the last week of the regular season had the best week of her career, had a triple-double at Ole Miss and then a double-double to close out against a good 15th ranked Kentucky team. And then she's the MVP of the SEC tournament. Tells you, where her game is right now. Same kind of thing, playing good defense, a lot of hustle and shooting it well. For the SEC tournament, she was 23 out of 31, roughly 74%. And again, not just layups, knocking down mid-range. And that really, when you get your post players playing like that, it helps stretch out the defense where, when you had a Camila Cardoso, they'd pack in a zone and just play everyone there and prevent her from getting layups. But when you can hit mid-ranges and all that, it forces the defense to stretch out a little bit. It also opens things up for your guards, and having the 2 of them hit their stride at the right time is a big shot in the arm for this team.
Yeah, I think going back to the Arkansas game, Chloe's got at least 3 double-doubles, or maybe 4.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, because I know she had the triple-double and the double-double to end the regular season, and then just continued to play well. Didn't have a double-double in the actually had a double-double in the first game, the Vanderbilt game. I think had 25 points, 10 rebounds in that game. And just missed a double-double in the championship game against Texas. I think she had 9 rebounds and 15 points. So yeah, she's just getting after it, and that's what you love to see. A lot of times you hear it's a little easier to rebound when you're 6'7", but when you're undersized, which Kitts and Fagan are relatively undersized compared to some of their contemporaries. It's more about want to when it's going after rebounds, and you saw a whole lot of want to in the SEC tournament with them cleaning the glass.
Yeah, did Dawn and the staff, is this like, hey, look, Chloe, you're talented, and if we're going to go win this thing again this year, this is the role that you got to play. I mean, were there any conversations, or did it just one day the light just come on? I mean, not that the light hasn't been on. I'm not trying to be offensive to Chloe Kitts. I'm just saying this has been a different level.
I think it's a little bit of both, where it's the understanding that and conversations about you as coach, like to say, playing to your standard. Look, you're good, but you're better than this. Like, if when you look at certain games, like, you're better than this. You can do more for us. And once you realize that and believe that and make that your passion, like, you know what, I am good. I've been here 3 or 4 years, that it's time for me to start doing this thing. And then once you do it once and you see like, wait a minute, yeah, I can do this. And she did, I think it kind of feeds itself. Once you have 1 or 2 games like that in a row, then that becomes your standard. It's not just, yeah, it'd be kind of cool if I could do this. No, wait a minute. This is my standard now, that I can do this against some of the best teams in the country. So there's no reason not to expect that. Make the defenses have to play you harder, and just get after it a little bit more. So I think it was a little bit of both, of conversations with coaches and also, players coming to the realization that, wait a minute, I'm here for a reason. I can do this. It's my turn to take on that leadership role, and step up the game. And Chloe certainly has done that down the stretch here.
Is there a power couple in sports bigger than CMB and Chloe Kitts right now, at least in college athletics? Because I'm not aware of one.
Yeah, it's a pretty good group. If they ever had a family together, it'd be, it'd be some scholarships waiting, right? Because it's two tremendously talented young people that are outstanding at basketball, and it's nice that we have both of them here, because they both mean a lot to their respective teams.
I would say so. If you're Dawn, or maybe this needs to come from the top, I guess it would come from Jeremiah and Donati now, but you need to get these guys to first, like the reverse of kind of like a prenup, but the reverse of a prenup, but for their children. You know what I mean? Like, okay, if you get married and if you choose to have kids, you are signing their college basketball rights to the University of South Carolina in lieu of NIL or whatever it is that we need to give you over the next year or two. Maybe, I don't know if things are going to trend that far, but they'd be smart to do it, because I got a feeling they'd be quite talented. And I think too, with the Kitts thing, Brad, it's not like when they were playing against every team that they've played against that she hasn't been scouted in every game or whatever it is. But this does add a different element to this team going into the tournament. And maybe just a week ago, you might have thought, okay, this is who South Carolina is, especially if you're UCLA or Southern Cal or Texas or one of those teams out there that's going to try to knock them off their perch. You're going, these are the threats. Yes, this is a good player. Yes, that's a good player, but this is who they are. That's not the case anymore. If she's doing what she's doing underneath the basket, both offensively and defensively, able to stretch it a little bit, that adds a whole nother level to this thing for teams to guard against. And once again, Texas just learned this. It makes them, as hard as they are to beat, it makes it even harder to beat. When you thought you were getting a break, now all of a sudden you're not getting one anymore.
Well, yeah, and then you got to spend more time on preparation, on watching, you have to spend more time watching film on Chloe and all these other people, and spending more time in practice of showing you the different things she can do. So that's helpful, obviously, when your team has to do more to prepare. And then the depth of that South Carolina has had, some of the emerging depth, really. Joyce Edwards, a freshman post player, has come a long way since November with what she has done, made first team all SEC this year, coming off the bench as South Carolina's leading scorer. When you can have, Sanaya and Chloe playing the way they're playing, and then you have, someone like Joyce Edwards coming off the bench and giving you what she's given you. And then more recently, even though it's stuff that doesn't necessarily show up as stats, Miriam Dowda, the last couple of weeks, the Arkansas transfer, really gave the Gamecocks some outstanding minutes, especially on the defensive side of things and rebounding. Kind of been waiting for her to kind of emerge as do what she had done at Arkansas, and that is be a good rebounder and play good defense. And she was very helpful, because you get worn out guarding all them bigs. But then when you can wear them out by bringing someone, off the bench who's, fully capable of shutting you down as well for the next 2 or 3 minutes until you get your starter back in, that just makes you better, because not a lot of teams don't have the depth that South Carolina has. And when you can have that in the post, it's huge, because that was one of the things you saw early in the year with UCLA when we went out to LA and UCLA beat South Carolina handily. UCLA probably has the best size and depth in the post in the country that I've seen in person this year. They start 6'7" and 6'4", at the 4 and the 5. And then they got 2 6'4" girls that come off the bench, 6'4" or 6'5", that come off the bench that are really almost as good. So, those kinds of games are tough matchups. But when you can have the depth that South Carolina is starting to develop here late in the season, it, creates more opportunities for you to make a deeper run if you run into those kind of matchups.
You know, one of the underlying positives, if there could possibly even be one for the future of the program, with the just terrible injury to Ashlyn, is Joyce Edwards. Like you mentioned, she has just, I mean, everything you heard about her coming into school, and then she kind of had to grow up a little bit, and then she did. And you think about next season and you know, maybe beyond that with Joyce Edwards and Ashlyn Watkins.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. You know, how do you guard that?
That's what's going to be fun. And seeing, you know, Joyce, first of all, is very, very smart. And that's one of the first things that struck me about her. She's very intelligent. So she absorbs things quickly. And you could tell, you know, just when she gets off the bus, you see the athleticism. You're like, oh yeah, that kid's a player. And then, you know, early in November, you could see there was a little bit of struggle of adjusting to the speed and, you know, waiting for, you know, the cliche, waiting for the game to slow down a little bit for her. And then when it started to get rolling for her, when you saw things slow down for her, you're like, okay, you know, she's just going to get better. And she's already playing at a very high level for, you know, for a freshman, which is great. And you combine that with, you know, Ashlyn Watkins, who obviously they lost in January with the ACL injury, who again is such a matchup nightmare because she's got good size and leaping ability. You know, my favorite thing about Ashlyn Watkins, besides, you know, the fact that she dunks and is so exciting to watch offensively, is defensively. She helps solve a lot of problems because she can guard a post if you need to, even though she'd be a little bit undersized going against a 6'5" girl. But her leaping ability allows her to, you know, deny entry passes. Her shot blocking ability makes people alter their shots, even if she's not blocking them. But she can also guard a guard. She's that athletic. Like if you need her to guard the, you know, whoever's playing the 3 or the 4, you know, like a Madison Booker of Texas, instead of guarding the post player, she can do that as well because she's athletic. So yeah, I look forward to having them both on the floor at the same time next year because, you know, they're both tremendous athletes and can do a lot of things. So it'll be fun to watch the two of them together next year.
Yeah, there's no question. And if Ashlyn was able to play here in the postseason, she's one of the players that could add to the flair of this team. That's been one of the neat things about Carolina basketball under Dawn, specifically in the last, you know, 8 years or so, is that there are players who do things in women's college basketball that you just generally don't see much of. It's just been rare. And, you know, that adds to when people watch this program from across the country, that excitement is able to add into this whole deal. But there is one player who's got flair who will be playing, and that's Malaysia Fulwiley. We all know that. She obviously is going to get to play on her home floor here pretty soon, and then they'll go on from there. By the way, for anybody that hasn't looked at the latest Charlie Krim bracketology, which came out this morning at 12:25, the Gamecocks would be the number 1 overall seed, of course, and that would make them the top seed in their own region. But they would, according to this, they would get the winner of Southern and North Carolina A&T in the first round. And then in the second round, they get the winner of 8th seeded Creighton and 9th seeded Georgia Tech. Fulwiley, we all know who she is and what she's capable of. I think she only maybe had 4 or 5 points in the championship game the other day. But it does seem like anytime it's like, man, we need some pop here. There she is. She kind of shows up, and then something magical happens. Everybody's on their feet, and the game's over.
Yeah, it's fun because when she checks in, it's like, all right, buckle up. But, you know, because you're not sure what's coming, but you're sure there's going to be something fun. You know, I always say on the radio, she makes layups exciting because she doesn't just, you know, go up there and throw it off the window. There's some flair, you know, and there's, you know, behind the back, reverse, you know, her passing, she's an elite level passer as well. And sometimes the neat thing is seeing her teammates adjust to that, because you have to be ready at all times that she is going to make a pass to you, but you may not see it coming because it's going to be behind the back, you know, around the neck or something. But she's an elite passer. But her ability to get to the rim, I think, is her strength. And I think something she's realized a little bit more. You know, her 3-point shots haven't been going down with regularity this year. I think she's below where she was last year, you know, shooting from the perimeter. And I think late in the season, there was more of an emphasis for her to get to the rim, just because she can finish, just, you know, even around taller people, because of her ability to, you know, work it around the neck or whatever she does to get it up there. She's a good finisher, and she's so quick. You know, a lot of people who are fast aren't quick with the ball in their hands because it slows you down, right? When you have to dribble it, you can't run as fast as you would without the ball. But she can't. She still has that gear that is quicker than most who don't have a basketball in their hands. And to me, that's what makes her so fun, because she can create, offense with her defense, a little poke the ball away, take it down the end of the court, and add some flair. But yeah, when she comes off the bench, it's like, okay, what's she going to do?
I know. And like you said, when she comes off the bench, I was just having this conversation the other day with somebody before the Texas game. There isn't I don't care who it is, Texas, UCLA, Southern Cal, there isn't a team in the country that Malaysia Fulwiley, Joyce Edwards, Tessa Johnson would be starting on.
Oh, exactly. Yeah.
And I just, it's every year in this program now, every single year, Brad, as you know, as well as anybody out there, they run 5 or 6 more All-Americans / starters into the ball game. It is the most talented team in the country. But the thing that, and again, we've had this conversation before, so you probably have it all the time. The thing that is just beyond bizarre with Dawn Staley is how they accept it.
Yeah.
They absorb the role that they're in. They want to be in that role, and they in this program, as opposed to saying, I'm a starter, I'm out of here. I just, and obviously that's one of the main reasons why they're so good every season too.
Yeah. And, and I think a lot of it is they realize we can win here. We can go to Final Fours and get championships. Yeah, they can go somewhere else and maybe not win as much. But also you look at how many players have gotten to the WNBA in the last 10 years from Coach Shelley's team, that even if you're coming, someone who comes off the bench, you're still going to get to the league if you play here, or if you wait your turn, come off the bench a year or two, and then maybe in year 2 or 3. I mean, look at Sanaya Fagan. She was playing behind All-Americans for 3 years. Now she's a starter as a senior. That was a player who could have started at a lot of places, but she stuck it out, and look where she is. And it's the same with the others. I think they've seen the success of others who had come off the bench and had great careers. I think the greatest example is, one of my favorite things was the 2015 season, which was South Carolina's first Final Four year. We had a good starting 5, and then at the first media timeout, Asia Wilson and Elena Coates would come off the bench, 2 future All-Americans. And I just always remember seeing the other team's shoulders just slump, because you get punched in the mouth with Tiffany Mitchell and the starting 5, and then all of a sudden there's a timeout, and here comes 6'5" and 6'5" off the bench, and you just see everybody's shoulders slump, like, really? And I would say those two had pretty good careers coming off the bench. Yeah,
Asia Wilson's the face of basketball right now. I mean, this is when she's in town. Do you ever get a chance to spend much time with her?
Just a brief conversations here or there, because as you might guess, if people know she's in town, she's getting pulled in a lot of directions.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's neat. It's neat that you see so many players like that. Obviously, her family is here. This is where she's from. But it's neat when you see people like that come back and want to come to games and want to be a part of the, want to come to practice. There's a lot of times where you go to practice and you don't even people don't even know that she's in town, but she's there at practice. Aaliyah Boston is the same way, and some of the other players that they come back, they go to practice either to watch or sometimes just to get a run in with the team, and then they come to the games. And I think they know too when they come here. They're still, it doesn't matter, when they graduated, they're still treated like goddesses when they come here by the fans because of what they did. It's similar to, South Carolina baseball fans,
Exactly.
when someone like, Scott Wingo or somebody like that, or Whit Merrifield, probably would never have to buy a meal here. They still get recognized, for what they did here, even if they didn't make it in the pros. They still get recognized for what they did here, and it's neat, that how beloved they are, for what they've done.
That's a great comp. There's no question about it. I had that on the tip of my tongue. Coach Tanner did the same thing in baseball, and certainly, well, here we go. We'll find out this weekend exactly what it's all going to look like. Do you agree with Charlie Krem that they'll probably be the number 1 overall seed?
Yeah, I think because of the momentum as of late, and you see who they played. I mean, South Carolina, has like the best strength of schedule. I think they've played and beaten more ranked teams than anybody in the country. They've played 33 games, and I think they've had at least 15 games against ranked teams. and then several games against teams that were in and out of the poll. So probably, more than half of your games were against, ranked level teams. And your only 3 losses were to teams ranked in the top 5,
right.
that are currently in the top 5. And only one was, obviously the UConn game was kind of an aberration where they just didn't play well. It wasn't shocked that they lost, but they played terribly. But, the other games they were in, it was a 4-point loss at Texas. And, UCLA was very early in the season when, I don't think South Carolina had kind of figured itself out yet. And that was a tough matchup. But you lost to 3 top 5 teams. So I think there's no question based on their strength of schedule, they've earned that right. The difference this year between other years is I don't think there's a huge difference between like number 1 in the nation and number 8 in the nation this year in terms of, how good each team is. I think 1 through 8, you won't be shocked if you went, yeah, they're going to be in the championship game because the talent is more spread out than it has been in years past.
You just made me feel smart. I just said this the other day. I usually it's, sometimes it's 1. Sometimes there's 1. UConn was there for a while. South Carolina's been there. Tennessee, clear.
Yeah.
And then, I feel like it's gotten to kind of 2 or 3.
Yes.
Maybe 4. This, no question. I agree 100%. I mean, you look at the projected 2 seeds, UConn, NC State, Notre Dame. They got TCU as a projected 2 seed in the South Carolina region right now. Duke is a 3 seed, and heck, you could probably even include the Blue Devils in this conversation. Yeah, I'm with you, Brad. What would be for this sport with what okay, so coming off of last year, right? So Caitlin's gone to the WNBA, and obviously South Carolina, it kind of where they are now, and everything else is going on, UCLA, et cetera, et cetera. What do you think would be the best Final Four for the sport?
Yeah, I'm kind of torn because you want to see the best teams, right? And as we talked about, there's not a lot of difference between 1 through 8 right now in terms of, could you see them winning it all? Yeah, it could happen. Whereas in years past, as you said, there's 3 teams that are really, playing for it all. But, now I think there's 8. Bigger picture, it would be neat if there was some kind of Cinderella run at some point where you had someone, that was lower than a 3 seed get to the Final Four. Because in the women's game, it's rare. It's usually 1s, 2s, and occasional 3, seeds that make to the Final Four. But you don't see a 5. You certainly don't see an 8 or 9 seed make it. It would be fun, from if someone's not a huge women's basketball follower. Because people like to, gravitate towards those Cinderella stories. I mean, look at, South Carolina men's basketball in 2017, right? That was a team nobody had going to the Final Four. And then all of a sudden there's people jumping on our bandwagon because who are these guys, and it's great. And selfishly, obviously I want South Carolina to be there. I like seeing the best teams, the best matchups, but in terms on a broader scale, I think it would be good for the game if I always forget lower, higher, whatever. If someone beyond a 3 seed made it to the women's Final Four, I think that would be, decent for the game because it creates storylines and creates interest, especially if you have a dynamic player. Juju Watkins, obviously at Southern Cal, is a tremendous player. They're one of the top teams in the country. But if she was doing what she was doing on a team that was ranked a little bit lower, then there'd be more interest because you got to see this kid. You have to see you have to see this Caitlin Clark that puts up shots from midcourt at regularity. If that's what draws more people to the game, then that's not a bad thing. As long as South Carolina's there, I don't care who else is there. But for the game, and I don't think that you're too far from that in terms of having some lower seeds from it based on how the game has progressed the last 7-8 years, where the talent is a little more spread out than it used to be.
All right, I'm going to add some extra hype into this conversation. So we just got the release a couple of days ago about the USC series, okay, the next couple of years, which is awesome. We don't need to wait that long. So here's what I'm thinking. If this holds, and Charlie Crim's usually pretty good, especially when it comes to the 1s and 2s. There's not going to be a lot of movement with this, I don't think. If it holds, Carolina as a 1 into the Final Four, UConn as a 2 out of Birmingham over Texas, and then the other side of the bracket, you'd get UCLA versus Southern Cal
for the fourth time
in the Final Four.
Right. Yeah.
And then the hell with it. Give us USC versus USC in the national championship, and we can cancel the series after that. We'll just play, you get to call another national title game.
Yeah.
And you get to determine who the real USC is. But I'm looking. We talked to Debbie Antonelli a lot. Debbie's a dear friend, and her and I will off camera have some really deep conversations about continuing to add value to women's basketball. And the sport itself has done that in the last couple of years. When you think about some of the things, whether you liked it or not, what was going on down at LSU, it was kind of gibberish, but it helped the sport elevate its platform. Obviously, Caitlin, what Dawn has done in her personality, what Gino has done all these years, if you can still have some of that flavor in the Final Four, bring a rivalry into this thing, I just think you continue to build. We're going to get there one day. One day there's going to be a 6 or a 7 seed or an 8 seed that gets there. I don't think we're there now, like you said, though.
Right. But no, the storylines are great. And, that potential Final Four that you brought up, I think would be great. It would be great TV for a lot of reasons, because you'd have a lot of name brands. You'd have a lot of individual folks that would draw interest from fans that aren't traditional women's basketball fans, similar to what Caitlin Clark, brought. I think, the Gamecocks, not just because they've been one of the powerhouses the last decade, but because of people like Malaysia Fulwiley that, people want to say, I want to check this kid out. The same with Juju Watkins at Southern Cal, who's a talent. I mean, she's an amazing talent. With the amassed talent at UCLA, and of course, a storyline if UConn made it was, is this Gino's last ride, because he's been around forever. And the crazy thing is, when I talk to people about UConn, they're like, oh yeah, they're not as good as they used to be. I'm like, no, they're still good. It's just, again, it's more spread out. They've won 11 national championships, but they haven't won one since 2016, which South Carolina's won 3 since then. But you know what? They've been to the Final Four, I think, 15 out of 16 years. They're still there. And last year, UConn was 1 possession away from playing Carolina in the championship game instead of Iowa. So, that scenario you brought up, I think, would be a tremendous Final Four, TV-wise, storyline-wise. I'd be happy if, obviously, I hope South Carolina gets there. That being said, I'm not going to be totally shocked. Hopefully, it's not South Carolina. I wouldn't be totally shocked if there was a 1 seed that lost somewhere where you didn't think they would, because it's not uncommon, obviously, to get 2s and 3s in the Final Four. But I think there's enough good teams out there where somebody could have a bad day and lose a little bit earlier than you thought. Unfortunately, I remember a year when South Carolina was a 1 seed coming off the first Final Four year in 2016. They lost in the Sweet 16 to a Syracuse team that really South Carolina was a lot better than, but Syracuse had a day. They had a great day, and they got on a great run, made it all the way to the championship game before losing to UConn. But I can tell you, Syracuse wasn't the second best team in the country that year, but they played great for a weekend and a half, and ended South Carolina's year that year when Carolina was a 1 seed. So hopefully that doesn't happen this year, but I wouldn't be surprised if that happened to a high seed this year, because there's enough teams with, whether it's multiple players or that one talented player that could get on a roll and mess somebody up.
I could do this with you all day. It is exciting to watch this team play. Do you need to run, or can you stick? I know this has been very long. I wasn't intending to go this long, but there's just so much stuff that kept coming up. I was like, shoot, man, let's keep going. All right. I gotta hit a timeout. We got to pay the bills, or they're going to cut the lights off on us. But when we come back, we got to get to Ashley in this group. So let's do that. We're going to keep Brad Muller on. We're going to wear his voice out before the dance starts next week. Hang tight. The morning show built by the Barn Co. will be right back.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5, touchdown! Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service, second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light? For so proudly we hailed.
You're tuned into Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Part of the Chief Sports Network and presented by Gamecock Traditions.
Brad Muller, being the voice of the Gamecocks, knows all about technical issues. We apologize for the anthem popping in.
Never a bad time for that. I thought I had to stand up for a minute.
I was like,
just keeping everybody on their toes, Brad. That's a, you know.
Well, now wait a second here. That's different. Usually Chris Stapleton sings for us at 10 a.m., not at 11:35. I do want to give a quick shout out to the University of South Carolina, something that they just released. Brad, you probably already knew about this, or they released this yesterday. I'm sorry, but I'm just getting to it. You can go to Gamecocks Online, and they now have a photo store, and it has captured some incredible moments from Williams-Brice Stadium to women's basketball, baseball, you name it. All kinds of stuff. And you can order these photos, all different sizes. I mean, some cool stuff, man. Some pictures from some of their hype videos after games. The one with Shane with his glasses off, about to come out of the tunnel, crowds rushing the field, Gamecock Park. I mean, there's so much stuff. This is a brilliant move, by the way, by the university to make some money. And you can order it in frames. You can do all kinds of stuff. So I would encourage everybody to head to Gamecocks Online. Obviously, we know you all shop at Gamecock Traditions, which you should, but we can spread the wealth to our friends in the athletics department too. Name, image, and likeness for guys like Brad Muller. It helps. Yeah,
I don't get those deals.
Yeah. Ain't giving them to me either, man. It's all good. All right, but these ladies should. South Carolina softball is they started the season undefeated, 20-3. And they went last weekend to Norman, Oklahoma, and lost all three by one run in every game. Last week, you and I were texting. I gave you that crazy, wild stat. They had played 8 games against SEC teams all time, ranked number 1, and never scored a run. Yep. They had been outscored 40-0. And then they scored 19 against the number 1 team in the country last week. What do you, and we'll talk to Ashley tomorrow too, but you've been around this group and how they've begun to kind of come together and create who they're going to be. What did last weekend do for South Carolina softball?
Well, I think if nothing else, it shows they can compete. Obviously with Coach Ashley Chastain Woodard in her first season, at her alma mater, and it's really a new team. There was a lot of transfers that came in. I think out of the position players on an everyday basis, not counting the pitcher. I think 6 out of 8 of the position players, are new, or transferred from somewhere else, and a lot of them came from smaller schools. And so I think there's part of that. Okay, can they compete in the SEC? Well, you started to see that early when they had a lot of wins against ACC teams here in their preseason, if you will. They beat North Carolina, they beat Virginia twice, they swept 3 games at top 10 Duke, and you're thinking, okay, they've got something here. You go to Oklahoma, you lose 3 one-run games, 10-9, 10-9, and 2-1. I think you're again, no moral victories, but you're feeling good about the way you're swinging the bats. There was one game they were down 5-0 and came back and took the lead. So this team doesn't have a lot of quit in them, or doesn't have any quit in them. I think they've won 4 games this year where they were down by 4 runs and came back and rallied. So this team doesn't quit. Pitching staff can do some, it's got to do some better things. They gave up a little bit too many walks this weekend, and the wind was blowing out. You do that against a team like Oklahoma, they're gonna leave the yard on you, which they did a little bit. But this is a fun team to watch because there's a lot of kids on this team that grew up in South Carolina as South Carolina fans that went somewhere smaller to start their career. The recruiting didn't work out here, or there wasn't a need here or whatever. And they started elsewhere. They always wanted to come here, and then the opportunity came. And a lot of them, whether they played for Coach Ash at Charlotte, or if they played at other schools, they knew her because they'd gone to camps where she had worked, here at USC or other places. So they all knew her, and so it was like the perfect storm of all these pretty good players that always wanted to be here, and knew Coach Chastain Woodard from previous life. And then it all comes together, and they're all here now, and they're making the most of it. I mean, you've got a kid like Lexi Winters, the catcher, who's from South Carolina, who is known as a great defensive catcher up at Charlotte. Well, she goes and bats 500 in 3 games against Oklahoma. And then you got Ariana Rhodey, another Charlotte transfer first baseman, who's a tremendous slugger. She's among the national leaders in home runs, has 10 home runs already this year. I think it's 3rd in the SEC. And then, you've got this kid, Quincy Lelio, who transferred from Oklahoma because she was an everyday starter there and wanted to come here. She was a second baseman, but we were already set at second base. So she goes into the outfield, no questions asked. It's doing great things. She's the Gamecocks leadoff hitter. She's batting over 500. Started the season. She had a hit, at least one hit in 19 of the first 20 games. In the one game she didn't get a hit, she walked in all 4 plate appearances. So she's just, killing it, getting on base. You got a third baseman in Ella Chansey, who was the same thing. I think she had reached in 19 straight. I mean, you've just got people that are getting on base. It doesn't matter who's throwing at them. And it's really been a fun group to watch because, I don't think anybody thought they would be where they are right now. Well, the coaches will say they knew they had something good, but from a fan standpoint, when you see, you got all these kids that transferred from Charlotte and Longwood and stuff, they probably won't do that well, but you know what? They're competing right now with some of the best teams in the country, which you have to in the SEC, which there's 15 schools in the SEC that have softball, right? Vanderbilt does not have softball, and 14 of them are ranked in this week's top 25. 7 are ranked in the top 10. So every weekend you're going to play somebody that's, good enough to get to the College World Series. And right now, I know it's still early, only 1 series under their belt in the SEC, but as you said, 20-3, they're off to a good start.
Yeah. In baseball, if you go on the road and lose 3 one-run games, fire everybody, close the bridges, shut down the university. This team moved into the top 10 by going on the road. Losing 3-1. First of all, that's mad respect to Oklahoma.
Yes.
But it's also mad respect to South Carolina. 14 of the last 18 games they've played in, they've scored 9 or more runs.
Yep.
And you mentioned the Duke and the Oklahoma series, top 10 series. They scored 49 runs in those 6 games. So they're going to swing the sticks. There's no question about that. And, of course, we got Georgia this weekend. You're calling tonight's game against Coastal. We got to play that one first, everybody.
Yep. Coastal's actually a good team. They've got 40. I think they've played 24 games. They have 40 home runs. They hit the ball all over the yard. Yeah. So they might be home run derby tonight. It'll be that. This is a heck of a. They're 20, I think 20-4 on the season or something like that. So this will be a fun non-conference matchup heading into Georgia, who's I think ranked 13th nationally this weekend. I'll be working those 3 games as well. So yeah, I'll get 4 games this week and looking forward to seeing what they can do. And actually tonight will be fun. All the games will be on SEC Network Plus, and tonight my analyst for the game tonight is Ray Tanner. So, so gonna have some fun with that. Yeah, we're bringing him out of retirement to come in and sit in and talk some softball with me. Why not? He hired Coach, so
Yeah, well, he's bored. He doesn't have anything to do, He was on opening day when we were at Founders Park. I was scheduled to have him for, I don't know. I said, Coach, would you 20, 25 minutes? And it was cold that day, Brad. We had the windows open upstairs and the breeze was good. You could see he was shaking when he walked in. I said, what do you want to do? 20, 25 minutes? Yeah, whatever. An hour later, I had to stop him. I said, Coach, we got to get a break. Like we've got I think he's enjoying this for what that's worth, and he should. He's earned that, and hopefully he gets a chance to see like you said, a really good one tonight. You mentioned Lexi Winters. Lexi Winters is my favorite, probably because I was a catcher. Okay. But she's my favorite player to watch because of the fact that she is a catcher, but she's a hometown Lexington kid, as you mentioned, able to come back home. And she's really good. Like she's, that's the thing that it's hard. You talk about. You hear this often. We actually talked to Mike Morgan about this yesterday. It's very uncommon in any sport, really, for teams to hire one of their own and it really, really work out. And, I think it's going to work out great for Ashley for what it's worth in the long run. But obviously, she knows this. There's a long road ahead, and we'll see how it all plays out. But it rarely, especially in the world of the transfer portal, when you generally are losing way more than you're gaining as a new head coach yourself, rarely works out in the first year. And she brought all those young ladies with her from Charlotte, as you mentioned, bringing kids from other places, able to keep some kids on this team, and to get them to not only play well together, but to enjoy being around one another in that amount of time, I think is right now, like when you start this is so early to have this. I hope she's not listening. I don't know, but you start thinking about Coach of the Year lists and stuff. There ain't nobody who's above her right now. She is at the top of all of them.
Yeah, and obviously every weekend is going to be a grind because, again, they're going to be playing top 25 teams every weekend. So we'll see how it shakes out. But, with that kind of strength of schedule, you win a few games and doesn't matter what your conference record is. You're going to the NCAA tournament because of what your schedule is going to be. But her whole goal, I remember when she first got here, was that one of her goals was to get beyond that. It's not just about getting to the NCAA tournament, because South Carolina's been there a lot in the last decade and a half. They've been there a lot. It's getting past the regional. It's hosting a regional. Because, every year, as good as the SEC is as a conference in a lot of sports like football and baseball, softball may be its best in terms of top to bottom, in terms of number of great teams, especially when you add Oklahoma and Texas, right?
Absolutely.
And, 14 out of 15 teams in the top 25 right now. So, the next goal is to take it to that next level of, all right, regional is not only it is the expectation, but, now we want to host. We need to get to supers. You need to get to Oklahoma City at some point. She's raising the bar and doing it a lot quicker than most people thought. But it's just really neat when you talk to all of the individual players that I've spoken with for stories for the Athletics website, everything, as to why they're here. It's all about, Coach Ash, the love they have for her and the relationships that they have with her and her staff, who she brought from Charlotte, I think is really unique. That there is a lot of admiration from players for this entire coaching staff that goes a long way. So I'll be interested in coming years to see how the recruiting goes, because she seems to be a tremendous relationship builder with her players, and that's what I'm looking forward to, seeing how she does that in recruiting in coming years. And taking South Carolina softball to the next level. On a personal note, it's always weird for me because many years ago, when she was a student athlete here, I called her games back when we were doing webcasts, before the SEC Network. I called her games, and now she's the head coach, and it's just really weird.
I know. Oh man, Well, you haven't aged, if that makes you feel any better. It matter. I know. Doing all my homework going into that series last weekend, I discovered that the last time that South Carolina had played an SEC series versus number one, she pitched in it in 2011 against Alabama, that was, I think it was at home, if I remember correctly. To Brad's point, and all the softball rankings, they're all pretty good. I'm just peeking at D1 softball, which somehow this week has the Gamecocks ranked 14th behind 13th ranked Duke, who has 7 losses and 3 of them were.
I always look at NFCA, but that's okay.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, they're but D1 in itself, the top 6 are all out of the SEC, and there's a team in there ranked 11th who Carolina plays next weekend, Texas Tech, when they come to town. So you're talking about the league. I mean, even what she's scheduled outside of the league, and also, I want to applaud you on that, because it's saying what you said about Ashley and how they want to play for her. And one of the things that I think she's become a fan favorite here. She's been on our program probably now 3 or 4 or 5 times maybe, and I told her yesterday, I said, well, I got to get you back on. We're getting all the requests again. Part of that's when you win, but the other part about it is, you do feel like you know her if you've never met her.
Yep.
I mean, she's so personable, and you want to associate yourself with her really, really quickly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah. And I think, the relationship she builds with players, you see that with how she, talks to other people as well. She's genuinely, like most coaches are, but I think even more so with her, so interested in, taking this program to a different level and talking to, as many people as she can on how to do that, administrators and everything else, like asking lots of questions of, how can we do this? What more can we do? And which is great. And it's just neat to see someone be able to do that at their alma mater. She wants the absolute, best, from everything. She wants her players to have a great experience. She wants them to succeed, on and off the field. But her relationships with other people and how she's able to connect it. And I think you're going to see that in the coming years with how she connects in the community. As winning is a big part of that. People gravitate to you when you win. You saw that with Coach Staley. She built something here, and you see where that is. I think you're going to see the same kind of thing where she's going to be big in the community. And it's going to become one of those destination kind of things. Where it'll be an event to go to softball games because of the personality that she has, and obviously, the team's going to have to still be good, but I think she's going to be so involved in the community and out there that, there's just going to be a lot of goodwill.
All the people that Coach Beneri has personally said something to me. How about Ashley and that softball team? Shane and Coach Tanner, as you mentioned, she's got a lot of support. I think they're going to be good for a while. I can't wait to ask her tomorrow, being in that atmosphere out there in Norman last weekend, how she envisions that coming here to Columbia, South Carolina. Obviously, that's built over a lot of years. I mean, they've played 5 straight national championships and won 4. I mean, it's there's no question, it's the pinnacle. But this group here in Columbia, South Carolina, this fan base, people, if you're good, if you approach anything near that, they're going to be there.
Oh yeah.
And I know she knows. She's seen what it's like to be at the bottom of the barrel. Some of those teams she played on just weren't very good. They just weren't.
Yep.
She knows what it's like.
She was at an interesting time too, because when she got here, she was recruited by Joyce Compton, the Hall of Fame coach, who's at the end of her career, and then she played for Coach Beth Smith as well, who rebuilt the program and got it back going, and in the right direction for a good number of years. And the funny thing is, and you can actually ask her about this, is we have all these murals inside the Rice Athletic Center, on the walls when they built this building, 12, 13 years ago. Mm-hmm. And it was just kind of somewhat random, players that they put on the walls, outside the respective offices. And outside the softball office, the mural happens to have Ashley Chastain as a picture on it. She has been outside the softball office for the last 13 years since this building opened. So it's only fitting that now she's the head coach.
That is so cool. I had no idea. That is awesome. I will ask her about that. Does that make you feel uncomfortable sometimes? Seeing your face up there?
There I am.
That's fun. I wonder if she looks at it and compares, it's been 13, 14, 15 years ago since she pitched here. So I I wonder if she looks at it. She looks the same. She looks exactly like she did back then.
Yep,
I mean,
yep.
Well, Brad, like I said, you and Derek are you're working as hard as anybody at the University of South Carolina. He's 32 minutes from cutting the mics on for today's game between Arkansas and the Gamecocks and men's basketball, and then we'll see where the week takes them in Nashville. And of course, we got the Oklahoma series for baseball in Columbia. You've got Coastal tonight, and then Georgia this weekend. And all those are on the SEC Network Plus. Every game, by the way, for folks wondering, is on the SEC Network Plus or network television this season. And then next week, you'll be on the road with Dawn and the ladies.
Yep.
And you might, you'll be home.
You'll be home.
And then you'll be on the road.
Yeah.
And you might not be back for a while.
That's the hope. Hopefully we're talking basketball into April, hopefully.
Well, I owe you an apology. We've waited incredibly too long to get you on. I don't know what else. That's on Phil. He's the producer. Blame him.
I appreciate it. Anytime. Basketball, softball, bagels, whatever you want to talk about.
Oh, bagels.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike just love bagels.
I like
bagel man, Brad.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, there we go.
Oh, you're gonna get
jumping on. We're talking bagels.
Yeah.
Hey, you mentioned food. We're all coming in now.
Oh no. Is there anything else going on we need to know about?
I had you at bagels, huh?
You bring food and movies into the equation. Mike and JC are itching. They can't wait to get in on it.
Oh yeah, I'm all about that. It's a good bagel. If you get the steak and the Morgs McDonald's. If you've ever had the McDonald's steak bagel, it's like a real steak. It's got onions, cheese. It's a real bagel. Probably the best thing McDonald's makes as far as quality.
As opposed to a fake steak?
Well, you know how if you get a steak biscuit down south, it's breaded steak. It's delicious. Yeah. It's still, but this is like a little ribeye. I mean, it's you wouldn't think it, but next time you're forced to eat breakfast at McDonald's, we all are. Just admit it. Sometimes, just check it out. I'm just saying.
What's up, brother Brad?
Yeah.
How you doing? How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing fine. Mom sends her best.
Oh, good. Tell her to send cookies.
I'll do that.
There we go.
I was about to say, if y'all take the names off, we're going to play Guess Who at the audience. Can you name our guest on the right?
I've got a new nickname for you, Brad. The Voice of Champions.
That'll work.
I think that's it. Well, you got to go through all this stuff because there's all these voices. Get the baseball, blah blah blah. Instead of saying softball and women's basketball, it's a lot of syllables. Just Voice of Champions. and we'll hope the softball team gets to Oklahoma City, which is an unfair advantage for Oklahoma, by the way. I'm on that kick. And you can call a championship out there if you choose.
That would be great. Would love if they make it. It'd be awesome.
I don't know that you'd hear, and I don't. By the way, I thought Vic Schaefer's comments were taken way out of context.
Yeah.
But I also don't think that Ashley. I think she'd be like, "Yeah, this is awesome." If the Gamecocks were in Oklahoma City, and Oklahoma was there. Hey, by the way, so y'all both got hired by Mike McGee, right?
No, I was here when I first moved back here. Eric Hyman was the AD.
Oh, Hyman. Okay, so I was wondering. I didn't know if I was talking about you, and I know when Mike Morgan got to Carolina, I wasn't sure if they had a picture of what they wanted their broadcasters to look like.
They got a type.
Devastatingly handsome.
Yeah, exactly. Devastatingly handsome. I love that.
Same headhunter. He's got all these headshots of guys that look just like Mike and Brad.
That's right.
He's just. This is Bobby
on my
Moore.
resume.
That's right. Okay, we've got Brad Muller, Joe Buck. Doesn't look like Morgan. He's out. Let's move on.
Yeah. Well, they broke the mold because it was Fulton and Charlie Mack, and neither one of us looked like those two at all. No. They were a little older, but they also looked different.
Very unique.
They also looked at Mike McGee was the AD when I was hired. I wouldn't say he exactly made the hire, but
right. No, I just meant who was in charge.
Yeah. I go back to the McGee era. And I'll never forget when we changed local rights, because that was in the middle of Omaha in 2002. And I'll never forget how I got the news. Our top sales guy Because back then we originated everything from the radio station WVOC. We didn't farm it out to some network group. And I'm all giddy because Carolina's whooping some tail on Clemson in that second game, and we're about to go to the national championship game. In the commercial break, the sales rep comes on and goes, "Hey, Mike, yeah, this is awesome. Hey, one little thing you might want to know, when you get back, we just lost the rights to Carolina." And I was like, "Excuse me?" And so when we got off the plane and went straight to Sarge, and there was a big event there, kind of the celebration of the season as a whole, and beating Clemson up twice in Omaha, there was a lot of questions like, what does that all mean now? And we had to do a lot of negotiating. Didn't know anybody at the new radio group. They didn't have a sports station. If you remember, the first few years, Gamecock football was on a light music station featuring Michael Bolton. Basketball was on an oldies station featuring the Beach Boys, I don't know. And they bastardized baseball on a low-watt AM news talk station. And that pissed off just about every Carolina fan, and justifiably so. I was embarrassed the way that was handled. You had people signing petitions to get it right, and I remember typing up like lengthy proposals. We need an all-sports FM station, folks. Like, this is not, we're not small time here. We're had 3 different sports on 3 different stations. None of them are sports stations. Eventually, it got fixed, but it was a weird time, as you know, Brad.
Yep. Yeah. It's gotten a lot better, obviously, when they've got the big stick here. So
yeah, and all the women's basketball games are on 107.5, right? I mean,
yeah. Sometimes there's conflicts when there's
an occasional conflict.
But fortunately, they know they were, even when there's a conflict, they used to like throw us on the small AM station, but now they put it on one of their bigger FM stations, like 98.5,
right,
or B106 or something like that. So yeah, they'll still put you on a big signal here, which is great if it's not on the the regular flagship.
It's come a long way. They used to be on a 1,000 watt AM station that you couldn't hear past Irmo.
Yeah, I couldn't get it in Blythewood. Yeah.
yeah. And if you went under a power line, you could be in the middle of Brad's call and
yeah, or you'd get like the what do they call it when you pick up another station?
Oh yeah.
All of a sudden you're like, hey, that's Mexican oldies.
When I worked at ESPN, I'd get calls on the air when I was working at ESPN. Hey, we're going to go to John. Hey, John, how you doing? Yeah. Why are we listening to Buffett from Palm Beach, Florida? And I'm like, I have no idea.
Like radio. I got a muffler I want to sell. Who wants to buy a used muffler?
Me and Phil aren't hearing this, folks. We're from the upstate, right?
Right, yeah. Listen,
I had to stand next to my skylight when I was a kid with my hand in the air holding the antenna on the AM state because they put Carolina in Spartanburg on such a small AM. I lived on the west side of town, merely right outside the city limits, couldn't get it. We had to pray for the Metro Conference game of the week to come on Raycom on the UHF channel.
Was that WORD, JC?
ORD and SBA, and then Clemson had megawatts FM. You could get Clemson football from Charlotte to Atlanta, crystal clear. Gamecocks, man, you may have to go up on a glassy mountain. So we don't want to hear that.
Yeah, perfect weather conditions too. Yeah,
it had to be perfect.
Yeah. Thank goodness that we now have the Gamecocks app that we can just pull it up at our leisure, right?
Yeah, technology.
Hey, listen, live audio.
You've also got the Chief Sports app for anybody wondering.
Exactly.
Well, I held Brad for too long. He probably he's like, man, these guys snake me, man.
Put him on the payroll.
Brad's got to go do some homework. He's got a big one tonight to call. Again, SEC Network Plus, Coastal Carolina and South Carolina. It is a 6 o'clock first pitch, and his analyst, the great Ray Tanner. So we can't wait to see that. That'll be awesome. Give Coach a hug for us. See if he'll
do it on the air.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks,
Brad. Thank you, man. See you, brother.
Brad. Awesome, Brad.
All right, you three goons, have at it. I've got to get the kids, and we're headed to Maggie, so I'll see you from the mountains tomorrow. How's that sound? Good?
Sweet.
Mike, are you on with me tomorrow?
I am.
Okay. Ashley's going to be on at 11 with us tomorrow.
Okay.
Ashley Chastain.
You have internet
good
up
to know.
there?
Yeah, we're good. We they finally brought it to beautiful Maggie Valley. It only took till
Call it-
2024, but we
just
got it.
tweeted Elon Musk and get Starlink.
Yeah.
Get the Starlink system. Rev it
Yeah,
up.
Only Starlink we're fast enough to stream.
Yeah. All right.
All right. See y'all on the other
See
side.
you boys later.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome in, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Of course, this is Phil, Mad Dog Mullinax, JC Sherbert over there, but we've got Mike Morgan in. We've got the dream team today for a midweek tilt. Speaking of midweek tilts, we've got 2 midweeks on the diamond today with baseball and softball in their non-conference midweeks. For last non-conference game of the baseball season, heading into SEC play, where things are only going to get easier from there, right? The and of course we are about less than an hour away from tip for the Gamecocks to try to make a miracle run and break into the dance against Arkansas. At least they have a familiar foe, and we will see if that Coach Cal curse carries all the way up to Nashville. But hey guys, how we doing? I know I get all confused on welcome in, welcome back because of the crosstalk we do every day, but this is a separate show.
Yeah, and you always bring us in, dude. You're like our intro and out in and out guy.
I like it. I try to do the bring the energy.
Bring the thunder.
I don't have a lot of broadcasting experience, quite frankly. It's very limited.
You're a natural.
But I know that you don't have to yell into the microphone to sound energetic. So that's the good thing.
I do. Like Good Morning Vietnam.
Well, every once in a while.
I've never listened to Coffee. I'm kidding. I don't. I mean, it's all I got to like do jumping jacks before I record that thing sometimes because it's so early in the morning. But
get your energy up. Yeah,
great to be here today. I'm in a pretty good mood, probably because I get to watch basketball and baseball and softball this afternoon. I mean, we had such a stretch there where there were games every day, something. Be it women's or baseball or whatever. Monday and Tuesday, I was like, is this what, are we in a black hole here a little bit? Because there was nothing going on. And we had to get topical. Obviously, we got some topics that I sketched out and I sent to both of you. And I'm starting to do that earlier in the morning, but guess what? Things change during the course of a day. So I'm going to throw a curve because there were two things that came out. And we'll get to topic A. Brad, because this all kind of ties into bigger picture college football stuff. Just to tease that, Brad Crawford, man, he is the king of talking season so far this offseason, stirring it up, pissing off Florida fans. He pissed off Georgia fans by they're going to take a step back because their schedule's tough last week. And then last night, and I got up this morning and saw it, Kirby made a point that I've always made about guys that are focused on money. And money alone, particularly with as it relates to being on a team and things like that, those aren't the winners in college football these days. Now, you can make money as long as you take care of business, which I think is perfectly fair. That's the point he was trying to make, but it came across really tough because he, Brad pointed out, you make $13 million a year, dude. And so we'll talk about that. But the first thing I want to get to, there's a Gamecock thing, big picture wise, and then and Mike's here, so we have to take advantage of that when we have the Morgs.
That's right.
Take advantage of that, full advantage.
Take advantage of me.
Nice background, by the way. If you watched JC and Morgan a few weeks ago with Tom Lugerbill thought that was my house.
It really grew on me. The more I saw your background with the grand piano and the nice sofa set, some stone walling, recessed lighting, I was like, I want that.
It's beautiful.
It's fantastic.
It's like dressing for the job that you want, right? It was like, because I would love to have that living space.
I love the stone, and the lighting's nice. It's very, very nice.
On the note of the piano, real quick, not to completely sidetrack you, JC, but I ran out of memory on my Gmail account. And part of that is because I take photos and videos. So I got to pay for another terabyte. It never ends. I mean, they got you by the stones, and between that and Microsoft, the upcharges just continue and continue. I can't fight the good fight on that anymore. So, but I'm going through videos that are like really long that I figure might open up some space. And I stumbled upon your, I guess, bachelor party night, you singing Piano Man at the karaoke bar.
Let's burn that one. My throat was scratchy that night.
Oh, it's fantastic. I mean, if I could, I would play it right now in the background.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
But I had it's like a long file. I mean, you went all in, and that's not a short song either. That's not like a 2.5 minute banger. That's like a 4-minute solo act, and you crushed it. So
that's one of my go-tos.
I'm not deleting it, but it's the moral of my story.
I'm not deleting it. I'm just not deleting it.
Not going to get
the
rid
video of it. Was a gift, JC. I'm keeping
it. Video was a gift. I'm taking that in the painting, Todd.
Painting was a gift, Todd. It's interesting you mentioned that because I do have this written down for like for an off-topic topic, Billy Joel and Sting, it's been announced, playing July 3rd at Bank of America Stadium in Charlotte.
Nice.
That'd be a heck of a show. Sting's good. I don't know how old Sting is now, but I saw Neil Diamond in Charlotte when he's 75 years old, and he rocked my face off. I mean, I thought it was one of the best shows I've ever been to. So that's been announced. That may have been a couple of days ago. I saw it on Instagram, and Instagram didn't necessarily in chronological order. So I wanted to mention that. But anyway, Matt Brown, who covers the business of college football, puts on X probably about an hour ago, and it's up on our Chief Sportsnet Instagram account, which we have fun things on that. So go give that a follow. All right. So he says, and I quote, right, that he is hearing that before the House settlement deadline, right, July 1st, where the rev share that we've been talking to death kicks in, that there are several Division I schools that are going to reclassify and go down a step. My assumption when you're talking Division I, maybe Ivy League, newcomers, academic-oriented schools, but maybe some schools that just can't afford it. And I'll get y'all's take on this. My take has always been this. There's too many damn schools that have gone up a level chasing the almighty dollar, hasn't served their fans, hasn't served their players. This is particularly true when you look at former FCS football programs in the South. They go chase money. I mean, how much is being in the Southern Conference, I mean, leaving the Southern Conference, moving to the Sun Belt ruined Georgia Southern football? It has. Georgia Southern used to be a national power. It's not anymore. It never will be. Same with App State, if we're being honest. Those schools are never going to get to the level of whatever. There's very few UCF, Cincinnati's, Houston's that benefit from Power 4 leagues needing to kind of gobble up some other fish. And quite frankly, none of them will ever fit the profile. In basketball, same way. It's a big bloated mess with a lot of schools. It's like they sit there. Some of them don't even win at that level, and they get up. I mean, at some point, if you're not a multi-million-dollar enterprise or multi-billion-dollar enterprise, and you're not making money, you have to understand what sports are all about. This is my opinion. Some people, I believe, will be sad about this and talk about how the whole sport has lost its way because, Saint Tomatoes in freaking Vineyard, Pennsylvania, who used to be a powerhouse in D3 is now having to drop back to D2 in basketball, or maybe Georgia Southern does take a hint and go back to the SoCon. I mean, I don't know what schools it will affect. He just says he's expecting several. And to me, that in and of itself is not a surprise. But what do you guys think about this? I mean, is this something we should play a violin of sympathy for? Because I'm not sympathetic at all. I'm just not. You chase the dollars. How can you then turn around and say, well, we're getting priced out now? That's like going and rocking into a 5-star restaurant, sitting down, ordering, and then not having enough money to pay the bill. And you ordered the sides, dude. You ordered the sides.
That's what I was going to say. You just sit down and order sides.
Take it away.
Well, I think obviously the landscape has changed drastically. And so what they did in their own kind of economic spreadsheet for the future and how to be competitive, it's completely been turned upside down. So I'll give them a pass on that. I mean, you couldn't have predicted that it was going to be completely ass backwards. And I would say this, like for Coastal Carolina, I don't think they regret moving up. I mean, they've had some good wins. They've played some SEC teams very close. I had them in the what bowl game was that? The Cure Bowl in Orlando. Now it's called the Cheese. I can't keep up with all of them. But anyway, they had a dramatic win against Northern Illinois. It was their first win in school history. And on that day, there was nothing better than being a Chanticleer. It was pretty cool. And obviously, they've had success in baseball. Basketball's been the missing link for them. App State's had some great moments. I agree with you, JC. You're never going to be the 1AA power anymore. You're not going to be a power the way you were in 1AA. It just depends on what your fans have an appetite for. Do you want to continue to be the big fish in the small pond, or a much more irrelevant fish in a much bigger pond that brings in more money? And that most of these schools have obviously chosen the latter.
I think this too, and because I was kind of being, I had a McDonald's analogy ready to go, and we talked about McDonald's during the crosstalk, and so I don't want to bring up McDonald's too much. Never
puts a hole in my stomach just thinking about it.
The wife hates clowns, dude. The wife hates clowns. It's like the theme song says.
Yeah.
Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McCheese, but Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Anyway,
you got to get a Bozo reference in there.
There is one.
There is.
It's just the first line of the second verse. So I started watching Bozo.
Okay, good. You've seen the Seinfeld where George goes to a kid's birthday party, and it's actually Jon Favreau, the actor, dressed up like Bozo the clown.
Yeah, I remember that.
George is trying to make idle chit chat, and in typical George fashion, he just can't let it go. And he's like, "So you ever heard of Bozo the clown?" And the guy's like, "No, man, never." You never heard of Bozo the clown? No, man, I don't know who you're talking about. How could you call yourself a clown and never hear of Bozo? And finally, the guy dressed in the red nose and the big wig and the big feet goes, "Look, man, why are you hassling me? This is just a gig, man. What is it? Was Bozo a clown? Yeah, he's a clown. Well, why are you getting all worked up from some clown from the 60s, man?" And she's just like, and eventually, of course, a fire breaks out, and George pushes all the children out of the way, the grandmother on a walker, and Finn races out the door and is trying to justify it to the fire department. We needed a leader. Anyway, Bozo the clown needs a stronger presence in that song. Maybe in the video you can get a shot of of Favreau playing Bozo on Seinfeld.
We got the video, the music video coming. Yeah, I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Two different types of clowns there. But anyway, so I've spent too much time talking clowns, and my wife was going to divorce me if I continue to do that. But I'll say this. I do think this too, Mike. I think there's a difference between a Coastal Carolina and like schools like Coastal Carolina, Charlotte, USF, UCF, FAU, FIU. Those schools like haven't really even had football for very long. You know, they haven't been. I mean, the school in Tampa was University of Tampa for a while. You know, they had a football team, the USF, and they're normally large student populated. Commuter school types. You know, I'm more so that I think that's one category. You know, the other category, the ones I really are, you know, even James Madison. Yeah, great. You know, we all got behind you to go to what bowl? So you'd be eligible, and then 25 of your players left and played Notre Dame in the first round of the playoffs wearing Indiana uniforms last year. I respect what they've done. I'm just saying you're winning national championships. I could say that about UConn football too. I mean, they did have the moment where they went to the Fiesta Bowl under Randy Edsall, but when they were FCS or 1AA, they were competing for titles. UMass, if I'm not mistaken, UMass won a national championship in football. And then in basketball, you have them on down the list too. So I don't know. I mean, I agree, give them a pass, but hey, if they have to go back and play at a different level, so be it. I think with the era that we're in, Mike, there are some schools, I don't think at the highest level, but there are some schools who are going to say, you know, I'd rather be a big fish in a small pond. And the purpose of college sports is to, you know, at its core, I mean, I think right now, today, all the school presidents see it as a money-making engine, but, you know, it's to make your alums happy and rally people around the team and school spirit and all that good stuff. That's been lost. And I think there will be some institutions that say, well, you know, you know, so we'll see what happens.
Well, I was just going to say one way to tempt it to do what you're talking about is something you and I have talked about for years on JC and Morgan, and that is, if we one day get to a Group 5 playoff or an FCS playoff that has a little more, I realize all the games are televised on the FCS playoff, either on Plus or on ESPN, but if we got to a Group 5 playoff, that would help these schools financially, because some TV network would write a nice fat check for that, and that money would be distributed to the kind of programs you're talking about that are crying poor right now. But as it stands now, they can't. They're never going to. I mean, they've never been able to compete with the big dogs anyway. But now in the era of revenue sharing and NIL, they especially can't compete. So what they're playing for, it's almost like the basketball model. It's like we don't follow the Missouri Valley all year long. But when the Missouri Valley championship game is on and Drake pulls out the win and now they're actually going to the big dance, that's like a huge deal, you know? And so all these teams that are in the Sun Belt, they know what their fate is. I mean, they're going to be a sacrificial lamb for a lot of non-con SEC type matchups. But if you lose those, it's all right. Just try and compete, win the championship, and then you get to go to a bowl game, and then your coach is probably going to be offered a bigger job. That's kind of the blueprint right now.
It's crazy. For the Nana Sports chat box, Tiffany chimes in. This is interesting. She says, just saw something on the Big Spur. SEC considering moving to a new rev share model like the ACC, favoring the bigger Browns for conference payouts. I haven't been on the Big Spur, the message board in a little bit. So Tiffany, I'm going to assume here what they're referencing. It's from the Charleston Post and Courier. Greg Sankey did a one-on-one interview with one of their writers. That's not what Greg Sankey said. The question certainly wanted to make him say that, which is how journalism.
Which is the ACC model.
Yeah. Hey, look at the ACC model. Can you see the SEC go into something like this? And no. Sankey, he didn't come out with a hell no. He kind of came out with a, well, you know, they did that for a reason, and right now we're good, and blah, 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 blah. It wasn't. I could see if someone had skimmed it, they would come away with that. And this is all confusing for fans and everybody else anyway. But Mike, I don't see that in the SEC happening anytime soon because, I mean, really, who are you going to? I mean, certainly there are more brands that make more money than others, but Texas and Missouri are going to have a problem with it because that's why they left the Big 12. I mean, you know, that's why schools have come.
Yeah,
over time to the SEC.
Well,
and I just don't think there's any brands that are that small to where, I mean, you know, it's going to be that. I mean, I don't think I think the SEC is too good of a league to start playing that game. You know, you maybe have one school, two schools that you'd consider dead weight, but not six like the ACC.
I think one of the reasons they're not going to do it is the same reason what's going to happen in the ACC. And what you're going to see, I believe, is when the buyout starts to diminish, and it diminishes every year. It's kind of like a program that wants to fire a coach and they wait till the buyout decreases over time. The buyout's going to go under $100 million here soon enough. And when it does, if I'm Wake Forest, you know, if I'm Virginia Tech, if I'm some of these schools that feels like we're getting squeezed and this is all about keeping Florida State, Clemson, and maybe Miami happy, and then damn with those other schools, they should just be happy to be here, they'll bolt and they'll go somewhere like the Big 12, who will welcome them with open arms. We all know geography doesn't matter anymore. And the whole thing about the prestige of ACC basketball, the ACC will be lucky if they get more than 3 teams in the big dance. In fact, that's probably going to be the number. The ACC tournament has lost some luster. I think some of those programs are going to take that a little personally, and they're going to start thinking, you know what? It's about time. It's about time to get out of here. So I don't think the SEC needs to do it. I don't think they want to do it. I think it would be met with a whole lot of resistance. So I Greg is typically a guy, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the revenue model for the SEC is not broken at all. So I don't see that coming.
And out of the 16 teams, you're going to really only have 2 or 3 that deserve more. I mean, I know Barnhart used the reference of why is Alabama making the same as Vanderbilt. Well, Alabama hadn't always been Alabama. I mean, yes, but Vanderbilt's probably the one school that you could go, how about no, as far as getting all my money? Mm-hmm. The rest of them, you know, I think that it's close. Certainly there's an upper tier, But to get everybody to agree on that, because guess what happens, man? If we get into the 2030s and let's say Alabama, let's say Texas and Texas A&M, the by God Texas schools, you know how big they are and how much money they have and what a TV draw they all are, simply because their fan bases are huge. Everything is bigger in Texas. But, some other people may, quote, Full Metal Jacket on that. Not me, though. I respect Texas. What if the Texas school said, wait, listen here, buddy. We want more of this money. And that would probably come from that way. The other schools in the SEC are just going to say, the Big 12 was perfectly fine for you guys.
To see that, when they're talking about, schools, talking behind, the conference's back, right? It goes back to that entitlement that I was talking about yesterday, is that there's one team I've got at the top of this list who's starting these conversations, and that's Texas, because that's what they were able to do in the Big 12, was run roughshod over that conference and declare themselves better than all.
Yeah, that ain't happening here.
But that is not going to fly here in the Southeast.
It's just going to be like, I remember Texas. I remember when we were a 14-team league. Those were nice days.
Weren't those the days?
We could go back to divisions. Yeah, I hear they're doing great things in the Big 12. That Brad Muller, I heard Gonzaga may come in. It's
right. Nebraska's considering coming back.
I haven't read the story, and I don't know if Sankey was quoted properly, but this is a nothing burger, if you ask me. It's a non-starter.
That's what I took away from it. I think Tiffany's reading a post on the message board. There's a lot of unnecessary panic.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it. It's a post from Josh Pate referencing the Scott Hamilton article from Greg Sankey. I see 0 quotation marks in the excerpt that Pate has listed here, but here's what is flying around the message board. There's a history of unequal revenue sharing and those conferences. It just hasn't worked well for a long-term situation. In fact, the conferences that have chosen to do so have generally either they don't exist at a high level or they've gone a different direction. I'm sure that what others have done will introduce the conversation. I would hope we're careful and responsible in how we do that. They made the decision for their purposes. That doesn't necessarily mean that it fits our purposes or our values. So I'm assuming that is Greg Sankey speaking.
Yeah, that's his
right?
quote. It was everything but a hard no. And I think where people are getting tripped up is introducing the conversation. People are latching on to that. There's a lot of unnecessary panic with Gamecock fans right now over a lot. I'm like, dude, look around at some other places, dog. I mean, come on. So because there's some people that want to go back to the ACC because of wins, and I think that's kind of in their heart.
Oh, shoot,
that's never happened.
That's an even bigger nothing burger. You're not leaving the SEC. That's not happening.
Yeah. So I don't. Yeah. So now that you've read, thank you for reading the quote.
That's a great quote. Yeah, and that's
to me that means it works for everybody else, not for us.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah, it's the antithesis of saying that Greg wants to have what the ACC is doing. It's basically saying, no, good for them, not good for us. It's a somewhat gimmicky move out of desperation that some leagues have to do. The Big 12 had to do that because they were on the precipice of being completely imploded with Texas and Oklahoma threatening to leave. So they made concessions to keep that league going, which included getting the Longhorn Network, which was a boondoggle that was a financial disaster. So, no, the SEC is not doing anything like that. Carolina's not going anywhere. Carolina's not going to get the short end of the stick financially. Now, if you have teams that go into the NCAA basketball tournament and advance round by round, guess what? That's more money for you. If you have a team that goes to the national championship game in football, guess what? That's more money for you. What the ACC is talking about is literally based on, this is one of the many things that are going to separate the haves and the have-nots. Among other things, Florida State and Clemson, this just in, are going to get more eyeballs than Wake Forest and Duke. And some of the money is going to be distributed based on that. They're actually going to look at things like ratings to actually figure out how much money. It's tilting the scale to just say, look, FSU, Clemson, we can't go flat out and say
that this is a 2-tier system where you're going to get more than everybody else. But we're going to go ahead and set it up a particular format so you're going to get more than everybody else. And that's what they've done.
And ratings, I mean, just by virtue of those being big fan bases and things. And you have Miami in there that's got you know where all the Miami fans reside.
It's all about the U dog.
You know, in North Carolina. I mean, there's the bigger schools. I mean, there's just not a lot of Wake Forest fans, dude. I mean, they're not tuning in. I mean, there's not. So anyway, that's the deal there. But yeah, we're all good. Yeah, you're not going to understand the chat box if you read it.
I heard the whole White Wiener.
Oh, you did?
It's a restaurant or something,
it's
right?
Delicious. It's called Wines. I went and picked it up for lunch. They have hot dogs, Mike. You'd like it. You like white wine?
Yeah, I love a good hot dog. I don't know about a white hot dog.
It's not really. It's just not deep red like the other Chicago dogs. I
like the deep red Chicago dogs.
Oh, they're good.
That's where
next level.
Your place closed, by the way. A place off of Roswell Road. Somehow
place is good.
The moment you left, that was it, man. The money didn't keep coming in anymore. Right. Like JC's in Chicago, we got to close shop.
Dude, it was great. It was a great little place. So
yes, it
was it Mark's hot dogs?
I think it was Mike's.
Mike's hot dogs. That's
Mike's Chicago hot dogs.
Yeah,
and you get some good dogs over there. Hey, could I throw one thing? I know we got to get to a break.
Yeah, I was going to kick it to you to tell us about our friends.
Well, okay, but I'm also going to throw. I tell you, I'll throw the subject after the break, so that's a tease. I'll tell you about one of our great sponsors. That's not a tease. That's Golden Gate Mortgage, and that's Troy Branham, ready to help you out with all your mortgage needs at 803-238-0111. One simple phone call, save you lots and lots and lots of money. Interest, as we all know, is just wasted money. Nothing good about it. So you want the lower rate, obviously, if you can get it. He'll tell you if you can get it, how you can get it, and nobody will get it better for you. Located off of Millwood Avenue in Columbia, but basically all you got to do is talk to them no matter where you are in South Carolina. 803-238-0111. Have Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage on your side as he's been working for South Carolinians dating all the way back to 1999.
All right, well, I guess we're going to go to break. Yeah,
I thought you were going to take us there. That's all right. Yeah, we'll be back right after.
I usually do, but I usually also have a reader or do what. I don't know. We'll figure it all out.
We're good. That's all right.
We have a professional with us today, folks. We have to.
I'm just going along with your format.
That's going to even further exemplify the fact that we're not. We'll be back after these messages.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the village at Sandhill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
We are back inside the Gamecocks, the show. Here we are, final segment of the hour, and final segment before the men's team tips off in Nashville at the SEC basketball tournament. So good luck to Colin Murray Boyles and the guys and Coach Lamont Paris. Looking for, they didn't get that bad a draw, all things considered.
No, not at all.
In the first couple of rounds,
I think, Phil, to your point, I think it's actually a good draw. We already know they can beat Arkansas, and look, Ole Miss is tough, but in a lot of ways, I think that's a better matchup than some of the other teams they could have faced in the second round, should they be fortunate enough to get that. I'm looking forward to actually doing this show while the game's on the air. We can kind of test our ADD skills and maybe comment on some things as it goes along. I realize the overwhelming majority of people listen to this show on their time frame, not ours. So it won't be like you're too distracted if you're not listening live. But that'll be fun to watch. A lot of talk about Colin Murray Boyles and any chance he could come back and what his status is. Drafts, I've got a lot of thoughts on that, but should be a fun game. Anytime your team is playing in this event, no matter how disappointing a season it's been, you still want to win. You still want to have a little fun out there, make a little run. You're representing the brand. You're representing the program. Again, it's a very winnable game.
And Mike, you were doing play-by-play the last time they've done anything in the tournament.
Yeah, 06.
Yeah, it has been that long. One of Frank's early teams did win 2 games. I think it was his second year, because I was in Las Vegas. I went out to Las Vegas for an event, SEC tournament, and they won their first one, and then they beat Arkansas, amazingly. While I was on the plane, I went, holy crap, they won. That's the time Frank grew a beard for a while. And they played Tennessee the next day, and my girlfriend at the time was a Tennessee fan, and so we sat there in New York, and drank many beers that day and watched her team, and of course Tennessee, won by 15 or so. This is 2013, 14. And Frank was still building. After that, though, even the good teams Carolina had, they lost to Georgia in 16, and then the Final Four team lost to Alabama.
Yeah.
And Avery Johnson in the first round. Last year, they broke a losing streak beating Arkansas in Nashville, and they got walloped by Auburn. So it's been tough.
Yeah. The obvious answer, why doesn't Carolina play better in the SEC tournament? Well, typically the better teams play better in the SEC tournament. One thing I'll say about Dave Odom, Dave was a good tournament coach. He loved he would just get so jacked up when you would talk to him before, whether it was the NIT or the SEC tournament. He would get so wired. He's like, this is the best tournament sport in the world, basketball is. And he's not wrong. And look, give him credit. He had a good record in the SEC tournament. You have to go back and look it up, but this is better than any other Carolina coach, better than Eddie Fogler, certainly better than Darren Horn, and better than Frank.
Eddie, even like, gosh, was it Odom's last year? His last year, because he had resigned like way before in January.
Resigned.
I think they will beat somebody like LSU or somebody.
That's right. Yeah.
And then played another one. They played one final game. I was talking about the time I went to the SEC tournament when I was living in Georgia. I think it was 03-04. I was living in Gainesville, and because Nashville came about the following fall. So I was in Gainesville. Actually went right there to the MARTA station up there.
MARTA's just SMARTA.
And rode it, drove down there, rode it in the Georgia Dome. My wife was at work, and I watched Kentucky play Georgia that day. And I was talking about how, in the Georgia Dome, Kentucky would bring 50,000 fans for this event. It was like a football crowd. It's unbelievable. I've never seen anything like it at the Dome. And then Carolina, I think, played, gosh, was it LSU, somebody? But they beat them and then won again.
Beat Tennessee, I think. And those were important games because Carolina was a bubble team.
And they got in, yeah.
That second win in the SEC tournament was like, okay, it's a done deal.
Yeah.
That team is going to the tournament. And if they had a healthy Rolando Howell, we could play the woulda, coulda, shoulda. But that injury sucked. It was at the very end of the year against Georgia in a regular season game, and the late Rolando Howell went out. And that team just didn't have enough size to afford a loss to him. And then you play a uber athletic Memphis team in the first round at Kemper Arena and go down. But it was still just a great accomplishment to get to the tournament that year. And then, as we know, they didn't follow it up with more tournaments, which they should have with that roster. Won the back-to-back NITs, and again, Dave was good in that tournament too. He loved the NIT.
Tournament coach. There's two times since they've been in the league that they've had what I consider to be a successful SEC tournament run. The first one was 98. That was the second one and done team that was ranked in the top 10 most of the year. Ole Miss was really good that season too. Carolina, BJ Mackey, Melvin Watson, they played Ole Miss in the semis, beat them at the Georgia Dome, and then played Tubby Smith's Kentucky national championship team in Catlanta in the finals and got waxed. So that was SEC final. They've never won the tournament. They got in the finals twice. And then the next time was in Nashville. I think that the team, I call it the team that should have gotten Odom fired, because they did win a second straight NIT. They won 23 games. They beat a lot of great teams, including Florida twice, that won the national championship during the regular season. And they went, check this out, folks. This is going on 20 years ago. So I think now it's kind of part of the history talk. But check this out. They opened with Mississippi State, because I was living in Nashville by then, and I went. It was like a day I was off. Well, then I had to go to Atlanta for work because camps happen this time of year in recruiting. And I look, and all of a sudden they beat Tennessee in the second round. And then they go, or is either Kentucky or Tennessee, or maybe Kentucky in the second round. They played Kentucky and Tennessee back to back and got to the finals. And I told my wife at the time, I was like, we're going. So on Sunday, I took my happy butt downtown.
Cool.
Went to Rippy's and devoured some delicious barbecue, walked across the street. And I swear that last three-pointer by Trey Kelly in a 49-47 loss in the championship game was on target, just short. Just a little short. And that's the only time Florida lost to them the other two times, and that was the national champions they lost to. So Dave was good in the tournament.
He was. And by the way, you're right. It was a win against Kentucky. I'll never forget that. Watching 30,000 or so Kentucky fans exiting the building with very morose faces on and selling their tickets as fast as they could. That was a huge win. I mean, That's the thing that's so frustrating for Gamecock basketball fans, because it's just enough good to make you think that this thing is going to get turned around. And then, whoom, a phone book to the head. You're back. Phone book to the head, and you're back down in the lower third of the league and trying to figure out what happened. What happened?
Was that Josh Goner that missed that three, though? Am I wrong?
In 06?
Yeah.
No, that was Trey Kelly. You were right.
Kelly. Okay.
You said Kelly. Goner was gone after 04.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
The JUCO kid from Texas who was the
pretty good player.
He was a pretty good player. He was a coach's nightmare. But
they've had a few of those. Yeah. Not Clint. Clint, I was actually right, but I did entertain the fact that you may have been right. My memory's not, but I did. It was Kelly, because
it was
had
Kelly
a great
and
game in that game.
Oh, Kelly was a warrior. He's played much of his career on a bum knee. Just barely missed being in the NBA. But you got to get a better look out of a time. That was out of a timeout, and you get like a 40-foot shot. I still don't know how they didn't design something that got a little better look than that. But nevertheless, that team would have made the tournament. And who knows? Who knows what that would have done for the program? The program is always been held back by recruiting. It hasn't been so much X's and O's, in my opinion. I mean, with Darren Horn, it's the worst of both worlds. But with everybody else, it's been more so of our Jimmies and Joes are not to the level of the others, and that's where it's going to start, and that's where all the talk about NIL. And you did a great piece on the site, JC. I referenced that on the show yesterday or Monday, whenever it was. That is, from what I'm told, that is absolutely going to be different next year in terms of what they're throwing around.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, because you can fix this thing with that certain structure, at least for one more off season, where you could just go and dump all kinds of money into, buying players. Because I mean, let's be honest about what it is right now. You can do that, and that's what you're going to have to do to do this. So, but I like it. So, like, Gamecock basketball is essentially the golf of all the sports programs. Like, it's incredibly frustrating, but you have just enough success every once in a while to keep you coming back for more.
Mm-hmm.
There's been 3 moments that are probably or 5. And not all were in my lifetime. The first crappy bull honky thing that happened was in 1970 when Carolina had their best team ever. They were ranked number 1 in the country the whole year. They
were Sports Illustrated, right?
On a collision course with UCLA. They went 14-0 in the ACC, which was a bloodbath back then. I mean, the ACC, Duke, North Carolina, NC State, Maryland, all these schools. And then NC freaking State, by the way, who speaking of NIL, they fired their coach, took them to the Final Four that had a $2 million NIL budget this year, which isn't all that much. I'm like, well. But Dave Dorn gets to keep his job. Just go 7, have 7 wins. 7 wins, Dave. Anyway, that's another subject. But NC State, John Roach, who's a really good player, and I've read about this. I didn't see it. Obviously, I was about 6 years from being born. There was no shot clock at the time. John Roach, Carolina's best player, had an ankle injury in the semis. NC State held the ball and won 42-39, and there were no at-large bids in those days. So Carolina, and there was only, I think, 32 teams in the whole tournament. Carolina was hosting the regional at Carolina Coliseum, which at the time it had just opened. It was one of the nicest arenas in the Southeast. Packed. They would have home court advantage. The Final Four was at Cole Fieldhouse in College Park, Maryland that year, which is basically D.C. So it was in D.C. UCLA ended up playing like Jacksonville because there were all these upsets on the other sides of the brackets. The Gamecocks would have probably waltzed to the finals and played John Wooden and UCLA, and they had a good enough team to knock them off. So that hurt. I think the loss to Gonzaga, there's a lot of what ifs with that. I think the 2 one-and-dones with Eddie Fogler's teams back-to-back when Carolina was one of the better teams in the country, that stalled momentum. I'm at 4. And then 5th would probably be the Dave Odom. They had a great run, but had they won that game against Florida and gotten in the tournament, I do think they would have advanced. And that was during a period that would have been, Mike, 2 NCAA tournaments out of 3 and a potential advancement.
Yeah, I'll say this to the day I die, that if that team got in the tournament, it's a Sweet 16 team.
Yeah.
That roster. It's a Sweet 16 team. We already talked about Dave had success in tournaments. His problem was the regular season, particularly in the month of February. If that team with Kelly, Balkman, Kinsey, Wallace, Bryce Sheldon, you had good role players. They would have been at least a Sweet 16 team. I will always believe that.
I do too. They were playing that good. It's hard to beat Tennessee and Kentucky back to back in Nashville.
Yeah,
that's not something that normally happens. Okay. We'll be back on the other side. Tip-off is upon us speaking of Nashville and Gamecock basketball, Gamecocks versus the Arkansas Piggies. Now, look, I'll tell you something. I got a soft spot for Otto, the inflatable hog that they bring to their basketball games. I sat there and watched him last year when I was at the game. I was like, I love this thing, man.
They bring him on the road?
Yeah, the tournament at least. So they bring their band and
yeah.
stuff. That thing dances around. They're like, it's just kind of odd and weird. I mean, you can't bring your live mask. I don't think Arkansas has a live Razorback mascot, but you couldn't bring that to basketball.
Well, they do for football. They keep.
Oh, they have the live.
They keep him in a cage. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. I was not aware of that. I've actually been in a game out there, man. I can't believe it.
They'll bring him to baseball games outside of Baum Stadium.
Oh, Carolina gets to look forward to that. We're going to talk about this baseball schedule coming up, just so I can hear Mike state the obvious about the league. Tell us about our friends, Mike. Take us to halftime.
Oh, our friends. We have so many good friends, including our friends at cut.com, KUTT.com. They're going to have their own March Madness contest. Now, this is not just the fun little office pool where you play and maybe you win a birthday cake or something. Like this is you're going to have some serious prizes. So you want to go ahead and check it out as we get the brackets out here pretty soon. You'll want to go to kuttcut.com or the Cut app on your Apple phone. Again, 10% sign-up bonus. Gamecocks. That's the sign-up code. Gamecocks. You can remember that. And you can remember Cut is the place to have a lot of fun with some social betting. Bet against your friends. Bet against your family. You can come up with anything. Will Colin Murray Boyles be in the top 20 of the first round? Yes or no? You can have some fun with a little prop bet action. But you'll definitely want to have fun with this March Madness tournament that's coming up through the gang at Cut. So be on the lookout, KUTT.com.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
Set up a screen, and it goes to Brewer. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Brewer. His second of the day. Pitches it to Brewer. Turns the corner. Touchdown, number 3 of the afternoon.
Hey, folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right. You know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that, too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer. Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell him Mike sent you. Mike here for one of the better dining options in the capital city. You know, when I first moved there, I asked people around the radio station, where are the best wings? Well, the consensus was D's Wings. That was then. Today, they still have the best wings, but it's so much more. Now in their new location at 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia, yeah, they get voted the best wings on a routine basis. Yes, they get voted the best sports bar on a routine basis, but they're not just about wings, and really, they're not just a sports bar. It is a family-run local restaurant and bar with 20 TVs and 25 beers on tap. And how about these daily specials? Every Monday night at D's, you've got 75-cent wings from 4 until closing. Tacos on Tuesday. Then on Wednesday, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. You've also got ribs and oyster bucket specials on Thursday. And no matter how big the party is, 20 or more, no problem. Just call ahead of time and they'll take terrific care of you. They'll do takeout as well. And guess what? A human will answer the phone and take the order. Billy and his staff do an outstanding job. Check out D's 415 Meeting Street in West Columbia.
Cathedral bells ringing down cobblestone Charleston streets. She's the morning sun rising on the horseshoe at USC. She's moonlight on black water, a John Deere down a Greer Farm road, moving nice and slow. No, there ain't nothing like her. She's a southern one of a kind. Even in my dreams I still find her. She's like an old friend awaiting when I close my eyes. And how lucky I am to call her mine. No, you'll never find another like my Carolina. My Carolina. Talking about my Carolina. Talking about my Carolina. My Carolina. South Carolina. South Carolina.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks The Show. Second hour of the show. Cranking up here. JC Sherbert, Mad Dog Mullinax, and, of course, we've got Mike Morgan in here for Power Hour. Right now, we are looking at 6-5 is what I've got on my screen. South Carolina up on Arkansas after draining 2 threes. If the shots are falling like that, then the Gamecocks might be successful. Make that 3. That's 9-5 now.
9-5, yeah.
That's 1-3 each for Colin Murray Boyles, who just hit this last one. Jacoby Wright opened up the scoring with a nice bucket, and Jamari Thomas as well. So a lot of the talk heading into this game was guard play needs to step up. Early returns, very, very early returns. They have.
Calipari sitting on the bench, and in his head it's going, "Hello, darkness, my old friend."
I love it.
Now, see, that last 3 by Colin Murray Boyles, I wish we would have seen that all year. He winds up on the right wing. Defenses are going to sag on him. They don't want any part of him down low, but they challenge him to shoot. Now, for much of the year, he wouldn't even look at the basket. He has clearly been told, look, you need to add that to your game. NBA scouts are going to be there's going to be 50 of them in Nashville. I promise you. And so he's got a chance to let everybody know, make no mistake about it. My jumper's not broken. It's a work in progress, but it's not broken. And when I get to the next level, I promise you I'm going to be able to take and hit that shot. That's the difference between being a first rounder and not. Because at 6'7", he's not going to be able to dominate down low like he has in college. The NBA is just it's a different animal. But if you can add that element to his game, he certainly can get run in the NBA.
Yeah, I agree there. That would be huge for him. And he had a good game against Arkansas last year in the tournament because I remember being there and watching that. You guys know it's National Brain Awareness Week.
I did not know that.
So I'm going to give you an example of my brain because Bobby, our boy here in the Nana Sports chat box, reminds me when I said I like the Arkansas mascot that I hate Purdue Pete, who's a terrifying mascot. And Bobby, correct me if I'm wrong, because it was before the Vandy game in Nashville. I met Bobby, my wife and I met Bobby and his lovely wife out at Hall's Chop House. It was raining outside, so it was kind of a tailgate inside, very expensive one, but worth it. And I think I was just going off about Purdue like I normally do. And Bobby has, I believe, a connection to Purdue University. And so my brain was not working too well that day because I was just blindly trashing Purdue Pete, the ladies on campus, and all that good stuff. You guys are watching the game. We do have a show to do. This can't be unless you want to just go full blast and make it.
No. I didn't know where you were going with that.
That was like Shadow called the game for us, and that
no,
it's like Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I don't know. Zach Davis
just
took a real hard drive to the hoop, and I had mixed emotions about that. But he hit both free throws. Well, no, excuse me, he hit one of two free throws. So
no, I didn't know where you were going with the Purdue Pete story there.
Well, yeah, your disdain.
I didn't have that on my bingo card.
Bobby, I knew you
very well documented.
I knew you had graduated from Purdue, and I knew you told me that, but I didn't know if it was like a master's degree or whatnot, so I didn't want to so I said you have a connection, but I knew that. I didn't actually forget that, but I felt like a horse's ass because the only person I've ever met that went to Purdue was my ex-wife's cousin. And she kind of fit the mold of Purdue ladies, in my opinion. And nothing against her, nice person, but just kind of what I expected. Engineer, obviously. I don't know anybody else. I know nothing. I drive through there when I have to go to South Carolina from Chicago, West Lafayette. I know Axl Rose is from West Lafayette, Indiana. It's not a very nice place. I do like their colors, but their mascot is terrifying. And so between the what I consider to be a lower level female population and also the mascot, I've become a Purdue hater of sorts.
Not a fan of the talent surrounding.
And I had no idea. But I was like, Bobby's like a great dude. I'm just sitting there like, Purdue sucks. And he's like, oh, I went to Purdue. And I'm like, oh my God. I mean, and he's been listening to the show. I'm like, I felt like a butthole.
Who is this Steely McBeam? What is it for the Steelers? I didn't even know the Steelers had, the
Steelers mascot. Yeah, Steelers guy kind of looks like that. So, anywho, but and it is, by the way, updating the score 10-9 Gamecocks with looks like 15:42 to go in the first half. I think my score bug's probably ahead of you guys because
you are, but fortunately we're in the under 16. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so
we'll catch up.
Apple actually has a really good score update thing. I don't think they do college baseball, which kind of sucks. But I got the Braves on here, although I care more about watching Canadian yarn art competition more than
Sells
the
itself, fellas.
spring training, right? I don't care what they're. I don't care about the White Sox and Braves score, but it's pretty fast. I'm gonna have to turn it off during football because that drives me nuts.
Oh, it gets the alerts and everything too. Yeah,
well, it's the same thing in baseball too, man. Like on ESPN, SEC Network Plus, they have the box score below, and if you're real sneaky, because the videos and audio is a little delayed, but they update that box score, you can tell the future and see what happens.
That's right.
But yeah, during football, because everybody's on different times. Like I quit looking at my phone because I'll get 4 texts with profanity in them. And I'll be like,
that's why, I don't look at the phone during football season.
Or I'll
usually
get 4 texts. They're like, what a play. And I'm like, oh man. So,
well, one beef I have with Plus, you can't pause because once you start it back up, it goes straight to live. So it's hard for me to sync the radio call with the TV because of the fact that it won't, store the back information. It just goes right back into the live. And I don't know. That was frustrating me the other night. And then Dabo came on the TV during the Clemson series, and I was like, thank God I'm listening to the radio.
I mean, they didn't have to go for the. I mean, it was
the whole side. That's what killed me.
It was awkward enough, and then they had to get in that one question about spring football, and I'm like, how to practice? And it's like it's awkward. You think it's going to end, and all. And Dabo's even looks awkward. Everybody, Jack Leggett's looking like he wants to kill Dabo at that point.
Right? Yeah.
Eric Bakich is just running around clapping and happy.
Yeah, Bakich is completely out of the shot, and it's just this
like, here you go.
Shot with Dabo standing next to Leggett, who does look like he could run
got
right
in that
through him.
final question about spring. It was just about to go to. Tell us about what happened today at spring pride. And you're like, oh my god. So anyway,
yeah, crazy.
I like Mike Morgan in game interviews if I'm going to listen to him. It's a professional.
Thank you for that.
For sure.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, it's not.
But we're the one thing we're taught is do not lose sight of the game when you're doing an interview. So like I've had Charles Barkley, Shaquille O'Neal, football wise, we've had coaches and conference commissioners and whatnot. Baseball lends itself to the interview the most, but what you can get caught up in if you're not careful is you're so in tune with the interview. And yes, it's TV, so you can see the visual. But as an announcer, you can't just abandon ship. You've got to keep calling the game somewhat. So you have to sprinkle in some scoring updates. An exciting play happens. You can't just ignore it. And yeah, people are not tuning in for the interview. I mean, unless it's a really big, important, timely interview, people that are watching the game are there for the game. So don't just sit there and be caught in your silo doing a heartfelt one-on-one 60 minutes type of expose when there's live action going on that everybody cares a hell of a lot more about.
Yeah, I think part of the problem in that scenario specifically was that the ACC network was actually using the Clemson radio call as the TV call too. So it's like they just dove right into this interview. And yeah.
So wait a minute, say that again.
So
Phil.
the
this
ACC,
is the game at Clemson.
This is the Friday night game, if I remember correctly, was actually called by Clemson's radio announcers. Pete Hannity, Hannity and somebody else.
So Hannity calls baseball for them.
He might have been filling in for Don since Don had basketball.
Munson probably had basketball. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what was going on at that time. And of course I wasn't listening. Fortunately, I was wrestling with Plus and the app enough to sync up my radio enough to where I was not distracted by one call over the picture or anything like that.
Well, you should never have a radio simulcast on a TV broadcast anyway.
No, well, they turned around and did that again on for the neutral site game, but it was it was the Gamecocks call.
Stewart,
Fortunately, yeah.
Still, it's
but and you got the local commercials too, like on the one in Greenville. And there's a question in the chat, Data Sports chat box, Mike, that I think you could answer and kind of shed some light on how these are produced.
Mm-hmm.
It was like the 107.5 The Game simulcast. I didn't hear any like ads for Bill's show or anything, but there were some commercials that were obviously from the Gamecock radio broadcast.
Yeah,
and they just showed pictures of the crowd and the mascots and the umpires and all that, like during the break. But you were hearing all the commercials, so there's no video commercial break at all.
Well, it's important to note that when you see a plus game, more often than not, those are not true ESPN productions.
Yeah,
those are school productions.
That's Bobby asked. Bobby says ESPN Plus is hot garbage. I tried to watch everything after everyone was in bed, and all games looked like they were being shot with a potato.
Yeah, yeah. So that's on the school, and some of these schools put a hell of a lot more money into the production. They care more about the quality of the broadcasters. They pay for the extra camera shots. When you're watching a plus game, it so often it's okay. How much pride does the school have in the broadcast? And some have more than others.
Absolutely none.
Yeah,
Winthrop I had to turn Winthrop off, and their play-by-play guy was pretty good. Then the Citadel one at Joe Riley was actually like video-wise was fine. But the announcer sounded like a Southern version of Will Ferrell doing Harry Carey. Citadel just got a hit. Look at this. Look at the Bulldogs. And then Phil pointed out very eloquently that the two color analysts that were there just kind of repeated what each other said, what the play-by-play guy said. Hey, look at this big old double.
Yeah.
Don, that's a big old double there.
Yeah, he did. He hit a double right there into the gap.
Yeah, did a double right there into the gap. Dynamite drop in, Marty.
Yeah, right.
Listens are really paying off.
It was that one for me was like that was straight minor league, ballpark call, right? Because they had the guy in the stands interviewing people. I was half expecting to be able to watch the weenie race at the damn commercial break. But
the Greenville, I did watch a weenie race.
Yeah, they did air that at the Floor Field weenie race.
That's what we need to do, guys. We need to have the ITG Chief Sports weenie race at Founders Park.
I'm in.
And freaking sponsor it.
Totally.
The Chief Sports weenie race.
Yeah. You go to a Braves game, they have the Home Depot. And when I was doing Braves radio, me and my partner on the postgame show, we're going to try to sign up for that. So you either get the drill, the paintbrush, the hammer,
that's awesome.
And there's one other one. And so you go from left field line to right field line. And you got to run in those big old goofy, cumbersome costumes. And I'm telling you what, that'd be a highlight of my day to just be able to do that. That would be fun as hell. The other contest they have is the freeze. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Guys?
Oh yeah. Beat the freeze or whatever.
Beat
where
the
you
freeze.
Get like half a length head start, and then this guy just smokes you almost.
This
every
guy's
time.
like a former track star, and he's dressed in this light blue spandex.
That's awesome.
And he looks like Usain Bolt.
Yeah, right.
And you got like Billy Bob from Macon going there. He's already had 4 buds. I can beat the freeze. You give me a head start.
They're stretching. Boy.
Yeah. Honey, looks like we're going to bring home some prize money. And then you see him, and Billy Bob is ahead by like 30 yards. And you're like, well, there's no way Billy Bob's going to lose. And then here comes the freeze with those long strides, and eventually he just goes right by Billy Bob. Billy Bob at that point usually eats it, falls, does a face plant, and humiliates him and his whole family, and the freeze wins again. It's a good little
How
contest.
many hammies are blown and Achilles get torn
Oh,
trying
God.
to chase that guy down.
I'm sure plenty.
Makes me feel good that Juice Wells will have a job when he gets cut this year.
That's right.
I'm kidding. No, did I say that?
He ain't as fast as the Freeze.
I'm sorry.
If he had the speed that the Freeze does, he might have caught some more touchdowns for Ole Miss.
I should not have said that. I don't go there, and I did, and I should.
And you did.
I had to say something.
Did he get a combine invite?
Yeah,
sure
ran
did,
a blazing 4.63.
I was going to say, what was this 40?
He's
4.6
faster
isn't going to get you into Freeze, so he's going to have to come up with something else.
In fairness, if he and Nick Harbor raced, Nick would beat him pretty bad. But if he and Nick Harbor ran routes and pads, Juice would beat Nick right now. So there goes that football speed thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I said something nice to make up.
There you
for
go.
it. And I wish Juice the best. I hope he does. He's like one of 10 kids and has a good family and all that. And I'd love to see him make a lot of real money, not the type of money he left South Carolina for.
Very tough.
Someday playing football. All right, so I shouldn't have done. That's just not me. I don't normally do that, but it was too juicy and funny to pass up. I do think this. I think weenie races are the future. I think that. I think that
I gotta clip that.
You get a whole stock car type of stock weenie circuit going with ads all over the weenie. Did you see that? Like a big, Bud Light ad on the side of the weenie.
The side of a wiener. Yeah, right. Yeah.
The bratwurst is being sponsored by Skoll this time.
That's right.
Oh man! Hey, if Trans-Siberian Orchestra could make money touring, my stock weenie race circuit could make money, because I'd rather see that than the Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Listen, this competitive slap, thing going on.
I love that.
I mean, that is different and new.
I love it. I think the female version is even better.
Yeah,
like those chicks, like they get there, they're all upset, and then what? I mean, because have you seen this, Mike? The slap contest.
Oh yeah, I think that started in Europe.
Dana White. It's part of Dana White's MMA ultimate whatever he's got. Everybody knows Dana White.
Yeah, most of the clips I see have like Slavic names, so I think you're right.
Yeah,
Mike.
it is. Yeah. It's probably a sport over there that they don't cover in the rest of Europe. But yeah, the Slavs, they're tough people, man. But yeah, it's not really based on size, because you'll have smaller people that can take a hit. Because the whole thing is, everybody slaps pretty hard, but the point is, don't get knocked out.
Yeah,
because it's like baseball. It's like our sudden death overtime. If you stop somebody, or if you hold a team scoreless and then you get up to bat, your chances of winning are higher. Because most of the time you get knocked out, because you're standing there with your hands behind your back and they just haul off and slap the crap out of you. So,
well, after a turnover by Arkansas, South Carolina is down 17-19 with the ball. 11 minutes left in the first half.
Hang it in there.
Need to put a little more value on the ball here. The handles are a little loose today.
The turnovers.
South Carolina. Yeah, the turnover bug has not been squashed yet.
Ball handling is going to be an important point of emphasis this offseason. I think, Mike, don't you?
Without question. Yeah, I think Carolina found out the hard way what it looks like when you don't have an SEC caliber backcourt and you don't have a quality point guard. And that might sound a little harsh. If Thomas comes back, he'd be a nice player off the bench, but I don't think he was ready for SEC competition. I just don't think he fit what they needed in a lot of ways. So they're going to need to upgrade the backcourt. There's no doubt about it. And there's plenty of guards out there in the portal. So I would expect that'll be done.
Yeah, I can see. I think you'll see a completely different thing. And don't forget, Eli Ellis is coming in.
Oh, yeah.
I got some questions about him. on the tape, and I don't know, maybe, I mean, I don't break down basketball film very well, but it doesn't look like there's a lot of defense being played.
There's not.
The overtime elite. Okay, let's just be
not.
honest. There's not an AAU ball either, but I mean, my understanding is this is like his high school basketball team. He's not really playing against other high school. Is that correct, Phil?
I believe that it is associated with his high school experience. Yes.
Yeah.
Because
So
because it goes through the entirety of a school year. Yeah. Yeah. So I think overtime elite is just one of those, like similar to maybe an IMG, if you will, in football. I may be off on that, but it is.
But that's what it
experience.
is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's horrible. If you, I mean, if you want to go play, because they're not playing any defense, and I guess it looks like basically a glorified AAU kind of deal.
Well, I mean, that's what most of these kids are playing anyway. Is disorganized, shoddy, undisciplined basketball with a lack of defense. But that being said, the kid can shoot and the kid can score, and he's a dog. I think he's going to be a friggin' fan favorite that we haven't seen the likes of in a while.
I can't remember.
I'm not going to make any more predictions past that, but I'll tell you one thing. I'm excited about seeing that kid play in a Gamecock uniform next year.
I can't remember anybody like him since I've been following Carolina.
No, not for Carolina. No, he is going to be one of the most dynamic guards we've seen roll through Columbia in a while. Now I know some people are going to say, well, there's a lot of hype there, and let's just see what he does when he gets to the SEC. And okay, I know what Lamont thinks of him. He don't think it's all hype. Lamont is excited as hell about him.
No, I mean, you can see the kid can stroke it, right? I mean, he can shoot the hell out of the ball
from anywhere, and with people on him. Mm-hmm. It's not like they're all just wide open set shots. Like he's got a handle and a pull up game.
Yeah, he does a nice step back. I mean, the kid looks a bit more advanced than what you're thinking is coming out of that package out of high school.
That's my feeling about him too, as far as like he's a good shooter. I mean, I'm trying to think of some of the really great shooters Carolina's had. They're few and far between.
This won't take very long, JC.
Right.
You got 30 seconds.
Jamel Bradley comes to mind.
Going back
Dwayne Notice was actually
he's good.
Really good. Like percentage, he was good from outside.
I mentioned Bryce Sheldon earlier. If you're just talking about spot up 3-point shooter, Bryce Sheldon was great for 2 years.
Brent Price actually played at South Carolina in the mid 80s before he transferred to Oklahoma. He was baller from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then Jamel Bradley, and I mean,
Bradley was phenomenal.
So I can't really think of very many guys.
Well, that's been
Greg asked earlier in the morning
a problem.
Show. Yeah, if he was a point guard, he's more like a off ball 2, is what my understanding is. Like, he's not a real solid however, his younger brother is a true point guard.
Brother looks
not
just like him.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Bobby says he has some JJ Redick in him. That's probably fair. He reminds me of those guys that you see play for Duke, and you just want to punch him in the face. By the way, I was talking to a friend of mine last night about Bobby Hurley versus Danny Hurley, and he watched the documentary on Danny Hurley, and he was like, that guy is sort of, that guy's got an edge. He's got an edge to him, right? And I'm like, I was like, if you were Bobby Hurley's brother, you'd probably have an edge to you too. Bobby Hurley had the most punchable face in basketball for years. I mean, when that guy played for Duke, you just wanted to strangle him. Hey, he looked like just a little turd out there hopping around and shooting threes and stealing and making behind the back passes. It's like you just look at the guy and you're like, this guy has no business even. And he was great. But now life is good for Bobby. He's going into his 11th year at Arizona State.
Yeah.
And they aren't worth a flip.
He's on the hot seat over there.
He's been for 3 years, Mike.
Yeah.
Look, he hadn't done much in a long time.
No, he hasn't, for whatever reason. Danny's got it going on at UConn. Bobby's just been on the struggle bus.
I thought he was going to be fired 3 or 4 years ago. And they just, I don't know. I guess whenever Gamecock fans talk about an administration that's not emphasizing basketball, imagine that they would have kept Frank Martin when they let him go. But there was no Final Four and very few trips to the tournament, and they spent millions in NIL this year. It weren't any better. I mean,
and they're in the Big 12 now.
And they're in the Big 12. I mean, and they lose games 51-50. They lose games 113-100. I mean, it's bad. Arizona State, just like in every other sport, they're a sleeping giant in basketball. I think they could be good.
There's no reason why they shouldn't be good in both of those sports.
Yeah, give us a score update, Mike. Tell us about our friends. Take us to the final break.
Okay, I know I'm a little behind Phil with my overpriced Xfinity package, but I've got Arkansas up by 3 with the ball, 8 minutes to go, 26-23. Murray Boyle's off to a good start for Carolina. And some folks that are always off to a good start. Ryan Brewer will get you off to a good start with your fencing, your railing, your column needs, their craftsmanship, experience, service, second to none. Check out ryanbrewer.net. You can get a free estimate right there online. And again, whenever you get the job done with Ryan Brewer Fence, it's done on time and it's done the right way. A commitment to excellence and a commitment to doing the job done right with an unparalleled level of expertise. That's Ryan Brewer Fence, ryanbrewer.net. Check them out. Tell them you heard it here on ITG.
It's gone! That ball is going to be out of here! Fair ball in the corner!
The atmosphere in Founders Park is electric. There's nothing like being loud and proud for our Gamecocks. Gamecock Traditions proudly supports Carolina baseball and wants you to look your best while you're at the ballpark. Come see us and choose from the best selection of game hats, hoodies, shirts, and all that entails the baseball logo. From tailgate gear to jewelry and plenty for your kids, Gamecock Traditions is your Gamecock baseball locker room. Don't forget, we have the widest selection for all sports and USC apparel. Come see us in Lexington or in the Village at Sand Hill, or order online and have it shipped to your doorstep at GamecockTraditions.com. Go Gamecocks!
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
When you bundle home and auto, good things can happen. You get a local agent who can help you choose the right coverage for you at a price that's right for you.
Call State Farm agent Tony Pope today.
Charleston Fitness Equipment is keeping South Carolina in shape. Clients have come from all over the Palmetto State to find that one piece of equipment that they enjoy that keeps them looking and feeling good. Whether it's a home rower, treadmill, elliptical, free weights, a home gym, or something else, Charleston Fitness Equipment keeps the mirror smiling back at you. Get in shape like the Gamecocks do. Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com. Gamecock owned and operated and proud partners of Inside the Gamecocks, the show.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com, man, that's good.
Fans, Club Chief has arrived. Become a Big Chief Club member or a Big Chief Club Golden Gear member for exclusive access to our Nana's Porch chat box on Inside the Gamecocks The Show. Plus, you'll get access to our VIP tailgates, prize drawings, merch, and much more. A portion of your monthly membership goes to the Garnet Trust, supporting NIL at the University of South Carolina. Pull up your Chief Sports app and join on the home page. Thank you so much for being a member of Club Chief, and we look forward to meeting many of you very soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC.
All right, guys, we didn't tease it. We didn't promote it, but it is still here. Well, I like to think of it as a pleasant surprise. Just showed up at your door. You didn't really order it, but when you open the box, it's like this grand thing. So here it is, the Love Chevy Drive Around the SEC, presented by our fearless leader, Ben Hoover, home of the $1,000 low price guarantee. Love Chevy at Harbison. Check them out no matter where you are in the state of South Carolina. Do what John Strickland has done his entire life, apparently, which is buy automobiles from the Love Group. Let's start with some basketball. As we know, there's a game going on right now. Some of you will be listening to this program later in the day, so you'll already know the final. But as we do it at 1:38 Eastern Time, Arkansas is up 30-23 with under 7 minutes to go in the first half. Arkansas, by the way, opened up that game a 4.5-point favorite. The winner takes on Ole Miss. Later today, Texas, Vandy. Vandy's a 2.5-point favorite. If Texas loses that, they're done. They are NIT bound. The winner of that plays Texas A&M. Then LSU, Mississippi State. Mississippi State's an 8.5-point favorite. The winner of that plays Mizzou. And Oklahoma against the Georgia Bulldogs. Georgia's going dancing for the first time in 10 years. They're a 3.5-point favorite. The winner of that will take on the Kentucky Wildcats tomorrow. Anybody catch the West Coast Conference Championship game last night between St. Mary's and Gonzaga?
Oh, it was a big points affair.
Yeah.
Why? Riddle me this. Why
Yes.
is Gonzaga 8th in the net and not ranked in the AP and a projected 8 seed? That makes no sense to me.
I don't know if I have an answer for you there, quite honestly. I don't even pay attention to the AP and coaches polls in basketball. It doesn't matter. The net and the committee is all that really matters. But this was a stink fest. We were talking about good shooters before the break, St. Mary's, who committed 18 turnovers in the loss, was 0 for 16 behind the arc. Gonzaga was 1 for 15 behind the arc. That's a combined 1 for 31 three-point shooting if you watch that game. That's 3.2%. It's the worst since 2020, to circle back to the SEC, when Tennessee played Vandy. And those two teams combined for 1 for 33 behind the arc. It's even worse. And that was the game that Vandy snapped their three-point streak, which I believe was the longest in the country. They had a three-point shot in like every single game since the 1980s, going back to Eddie Fogler coaching the Commodores. But that was 2020. This was last night. 1 for 31. Oh, what a great game that must have been to watch for those that watched it.
I have an answer.
Okay.
Apparently, they're including this thing called the WAB. I think they had that last year, didn't they?
I had that at McDonald's the other day.
Wins about. I thought it was it wasn't WAB, it was WAP. I thought it was one of those nasty songs that was controversial, but it's WAB, so maybe it's wet ass butt. I don't know. But let's just call it that. Weak ass booty. I don't know. But so the WAB is wins above bubble. Gonzaga's rather low in that. They're 8th in the net, but in the WAB, they're 36th. So maybe that counts. Maybe they arbitrarily decided to count that more this year. But yeah, the AP rankings, I'm with you, Mike. It didn't care. But like Lenardi they're 8th in the net, but Lenardi has them as a 9 or 8 seed. So I guess this wins above bubble thing is going to be a bit, because Lenardi doesn't just guess, and it's not his own formula. He's got sources on it and stuff. So I thought that was interesting. But there's my answer: is the WAB.
The WAB. I've never heard of the WAB. I'm glad we got introduced to the WAB.
Just now learning.
Yeah. Go WAB. A little football talk. Did you notice that if you watched Game Day, we all agreed Nick Saban was highly entertaining, right? We're all a fan of Nick on the Game Day crew. I think
enjoyed seeing that for sure.
Yeah. I think it was a success. I think Saban's great on everything. He's great on the draft. He's great on Game Day. Well, not everybody was a fan of his potty mouth. Apparently, the FCC received multiple complaints for on-set swearing by the GOAT, Nick Saban. 2 S words, 1 B word. My favorite use of the S word, when he was talking, I can't remember what exactly the subject was, but he said, quote, "You guys are worrying about mouse manure when you're up to your ears in elephant blank." It's a great line. You ought to definitely use that maybe on a first date at the Olive Garden with the all-you-can-eat breadsticks. So a lot of people have asked me this too, like, how do people get away with that? Pat McAfee cusses on his show all the time. Saban dropped 3 of those kind of 4-letter words, or in the case of the B word, I guess that'd be 5. Folks, it's a different set of rules for the FCC when it's cable. So if this was ABC, there would be fines levied, probably substantial fines. But ESPN, TNT with Charles Barkley, CNN, Fox News, you can get away with that stuff. That's not a fine. You might be offended by it, and you might not like it. You might threaten to never watch again. But nonetheless, it still is legal. All right, some more football talk. JC, you could chime in on this at any time, because I know you're familiar with a number of these guys. This is from CBSSports.com. The top transfers to look at in the spring. LSU, Nick Anderson from Oklahoma, 6'4", 215 pounds. Primarily had a quad injury last year. The wide receiver did, but a dangerous vertical threat for Nussmeier. They believe he's going to be an impact guy. All right, Auburn, Jackson Arnold. Tigers may have the best wide receiver group in the SEC, and now they've got the former 5-star quarterback who had a rough year last year. But remember, his top 5 wide receivers were out, no offensive line. I actually think Jackson Arnold's a hell of a pickup for Auburn, personally.
Yeah, I didn't know. I thought I was supposed to wait until the end to come.
No.
LSU really needs Nick Anderson to come back to form like he was as a really good true freshman. Or freshman at Oklahoma. He is one of those bigger, faster receivers. They do have to replace some good receivers. I don't know that Barry and Brown as a wide receiver, I'm not talking about a return guy and explosive playmaker, as a wide receiver is at the level of who LSU lost. But Nick Anderson, in theory, certainly is. So they need him to do well. I'm with you on Jackson Arnold. I think the guy, it's just like Spencer Rattler last year was in a bad situation around him at Carolina. But Spencer Rattler is in his early 20s and had all that experience at Oklahoma and at South Carolina. He's an older guy, did have at least one great receiver, one great target. But Spencer, by the time he played last year, was really good and sharp. Jackson Arnold's not there yet in his development. I mean, and they kind of, you run off Dylan Gabriel to start this guy, and then you throw him to the Wolves, and then you bench him for the Hawkins kid. I mean, it was kind of mismanagement. And I think Jackson Arnold steps foot on campus at Auburn, and he's better than any quarterback they've had in some time.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's a big year for Hugh Freeze.
Well,
it's an early. This just in, Auburn fans, not a real patient bunch. They're not big on the whole 4-year plan deal.
No, but it's been surprising that he hadn't at least had winning seasons.
Mhm.
But I mean, Auburn's going. They've had 4 losing seasons in a row at Auburn.
Yeah,
That's
When's
weird.
When's the last time that happened?
Harsin was a more disastrous hire than any of us will ever
Right.
grasp. But Auburn had a great recruiting class. I believe it's better than Alabama's. They got 9 of the top 12 in-state players. First time ever anybody can ever remember Alabama not signing a top 10 player in the state. They got a great portal class with a lot of guys that can come in and help, including Jackson Arnold. So I'm with you, man. I agree. He's gonna, because they were just so limited at quarterback, and if I'd have known from the start that Thorne played at Naperville Central, this is a juggernaut of a high school program I've watched play. They played my stepson's team. I would have trashed him from the beginning. I'm like, there's nobody. Yeah. So anyway,
All right.
I'm being
so your
funny.
thumbs up on Arnold. At
Thumbs
the end
up
of
on Arnold.
All right, let's see how you feel about this one. Georgia picks up Zachariah Branch. Now, this is the kid from Southern Cal, started off like gangbusters, took a step back last year. He's a burner, 10-4, 100-meter speed, regressed as a sophomore. Georgia has not had just that. They've got everything else. They're like Noah's Ark of 5-star players that turn out at all these other positions. But wide receiver has not been great to the Dogs. What do you think about that pickup?
Historically, it's been challenging, really, for them, Mike. They've had years where they've been pretty good, but I mean, outside of AJ Green,
yep,
Muhammad Massaquoi back in the day, they really those guys. That was good, yeah. Mike Bobo had not, when Mike Bobo was playing quarterback, they had good receivers. You had Fred Gibson and all those guys right around there. But yeah, it's been a weird thing about Georgia. And on paper last year, I alluded to their receiving core, and we talked about it all offseason, Mike, that they were loaded. They were supposed to be loaded, and you had off the field issues and guys getting hurt and things like that. But I think this Branch is a needed addition to that, because they've got to have weapons for Gunnar Stockton to throw the ball to. As they have to have balance. It can't just be about Frazier. I think they will look more like old school Georgia with Frazier carrying the ball and them trying to run it, but you got to have a passing game, as my friend you always say.
Yes.
And so I think Branch is an important pickup for them.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see how he looks in a Dogs uniform. How about this one? Ole Miss with a tight end pickup from Arkansas. Luke Has. They're already loaded up on wide receiver in the portal with the kid from Oklahoma State, Harrison Wallace of Penn State. But he says, the writer of the article says, Has could be a high-volume target for Austin Simmons.
Oh, yeah. I had a conversation with somebody last night about Austin Simmons, who recruited him. It was on the staff that recruited him out of high school. He said the kid, what people are kind of missing on him, this is probably why Lane and Ole Miss love him so much. He was a 5.4 GPA honor student, high IQ guy, like a smart guy in addition to being a smart quarterback. Really kind of got my attention about him. And Luke is a really he's kind of he can block, he's tough, he's physical, he can catch. I mean, he's a do-it-all tight. He's the type of guy that you usually see play at Iowa that goes to the NFL and, he's playing on Sundays for the, 49ers or whatever. So he, I'm with you on that. That's going to look a little different, because I believe Ole Miss's tight end this year was kind of a more bigger athletic type guy. Not so much a tough blocker, but this will help them in the run game and the pass game.
Missouri, we talked about this last week, their battle for quarterback. I still think they're going to miss Brady Cook, who started 39 games for him and did a heck of a job for him. But Bo Pribula from Penn State. Now, he hasn't started a game in 3 seasons, but Bo Pribula, they believe, can be one of the better transfers.
They're going to look a little different. They got him and Ahmad Hardy, the running back from Louisiana Monroe, who was really good. They're going to be running it a little more. And I think Bo Pribula was the running quarterback that came in for Drew Allar last year, kind of the change of pace guy. Not that Bo can't throw the ball, but I think, Mike, they're going to miss the guys they lost at wide receiver.
No doubt.
Luther Burden, and I think Theo Weiss is gone too. So now I've talked to some people out there. They feel like they've recruited well and they got players at that spot. But you go replacing difference makers like that, and you have a guy that's used to running. But the good news is for Missouri, they're going to be really good on defense, and Drinkwitz's offense can fit a quarterback that runs. I mean, it's versatile like that.
Luther Burden, I'm convinced, won Missouri 2 games a year. Because it wasn't just the numbers, it was the time, the big play at the right time and late in the games. I thought he was so clutch, so good for them, and they don't grow on trees. That was a huge pickup out of St. Louis. All right, last guy, Texas defensive tackle Travis Shaw, transfer from UNC. Texas they're going to lose their entire defensive tackle room to both the draft and the portal. So Shaw's a former 5-star recruit, 3-year contributor for the Tar Heels. He needs to come up big for Texas.
Oh, he's going to have to get a hell of a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean, 5-star or not, I mean, I know why they took him. He's 6'5", 330 pounds, and is athletic, but he's done very, very little. He's like the kid that, can't really draw. And, but you're like, man, when he was little, he used to love art. So he gets into junior high and he draws this painting that's almost like just not bad. He kind of got his colors right and colored, painted within the lines finally. And so you put it up on the mantle. That's Travis Shaw. I mean, he finally did okay. Right. I mean, I was shocked when Texas ever there. He's a difference maker. Hey, and maybe he will be. Texas has almost quietly has a really good defensive coaching staff. Almost great, I think, because to get the toughness out of that team that they've gotten at times, they still are same old Texas sometimes. But I mean, they had a tough, hard-nosed D last year. So if anybody can get it out of him, it's Texas. Well, there's more schools that could get it out of him or run him off. But I thought that was one of the most overstated, overhyped pickups in the entire portal this year was Travis Shaw's. That's like getting a 3-star high school guy, a low 3-star high school guy.
Tell me what you really think about this kid. And
I don't hate him.
That poor kid that's just trying to draw the Empire State Building, and you say, that looks nothing like that, son. Do better.
It's the Batman. It looks like the Batman building in Nashville. You're like, close enough.
Close enough. Way, gold star for the effort. All right, finally, baseball. SEC play begins in earnest. Kentucky's at 4th-ranked Georgia. Florida, Tennessee is the one top 10 matchup. Number 7, Florida. Tennessee's the only undefeated team left in the SEC, 17-0. They are hitting grand slams like a baby eats Gerber. Alabama, A&M. Alabama's 17, A&M's 19. 16th ranked Vandy at 25th ranked Auburn. Texas, number 11 at Mississippi State, and number 3 Arkansas is at number 13 Ole Miss. Missouri 8-8, just typical Missouri. At number 1 LSU. And then, of course, 12th ranked Oklahoma will be taking a visit to Founders Park on Friday. And that will do it for another installment of the Love Chevy Drive around the SEC. Maestro, take us out, please.
Brought to you by Love Chevy. Act now for spectacular savings on the best selection of new Chevys. I-26 at Harbison and at lovechevy.com. Together, let's drive.
I should add to the final part of the Love Chevy Drive around the SEC a scoring update. It's not good.
It's not good.
In the middle of that report, Arkansas must have gone on one hell of a run. As we were breaking down the top transfers, Arkansas just started pouring it on, and now leading. Help me out here. 47-30.
Yeah.
47-30.
Yeah, the Gamecocks, I don't think, scored in the final 5.5 minutes of the first half. Like, it was, it looked like the ugly Carolina had come out.
That's the kind of stuff Eli Ellis can help. These guys sometimes are bricklayers,
Well, and it looked like they let the urgency get to them a bit. They're taking bad shots. I mean, now listen, don't get me wrong. This has been a hallmark of this season, right?
They don't take
not
good shots,
taking very good shots, and when they do, they just don't seem to fall. But I don't know. It just Doesn't look like it's going to be the Gamecocks' day today, fellas.
I'm gonna take a wild stab and say there were some turnovers by Carolina.
There were,
everybody. I mean, you know,
it's now the Gamecocks just in general. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Yeah. It was like, at least they did put one Gamecock highlight up there at the. Colin Murray Boyles did hit a 3-pointer.
There it is. Arkansas shot 55% in the first half.
Jay Biller.
In the first meeting, they shot 13% in the first half.
I'm sure Jay Billis is going to make an argument that they need to pay him $500,000 for that made 3-pointer because the Harlem Globetrotters make so much per shot, or some kind of ridiculous jump the shark argument. But anyway.
Hey, Jay Billis, how you feel about
Jay
it?
Billis has been on.
He has. He's an
our
award
show,
and Morgan.
and is a great. I agreed with him up until the point, and then it's like, okay, all right, okay. Well, they're doing. Well, what more do you want, dude? I mean, it's like I understand you played at Duke and didn't get a penny, but it served you. Your education has served you well. You're an attorney and a famous person and rich. You know what's the motivation? I mean, the players are getting a lot. You know, are you just saying that there should be the players should get it all? Is that what we're saying?
His time in college has facilitated him using his name, image, and likeness to make himself a very comfortable man.
No doubt.
I agree.
Hey, since you mentioned it, JC, the term you use is evergreen. The interview with Dan Wetzel yesterday on JCM is evergreen. It's you can listen to it tomorrow, over the weekend, whatever. But Dan brought it as he normally does on JC and Morgan. Really,
last two interviews on JC and Morgan have been different.
Yeah,
because it's two different guys, like Tony Barnard, Dan, but both were what I love because that substance also was entertaining and informative. I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I don't enjoy every guest we have on that thing. Tom Luganbill, obviously is a fan of the movie Over the Top. It just doesn't get any better than that. But I love it. But those two I've enjoyed. Even like going back and listening to those. So I encourage everybody to check that out. In fact, the podcast version, for some reason, when we stream JC and Morgan, it takes sometimes 24 hours for me to be able to download it from YouTube and get so I'm glad it is evergreen, Mike. It's not newsy or anything.
Correct.
People can go listen, but it's up on Spotify and Apple and iHeart and everywhere.
And always up on YouTube right away.
And more.
You don't have to look at us if you don't want. You can still just listen on YouTube.
So we're mean mugging. Clint says maybe this season will be mercifully over in about an hour. I think the chances are high.
Looks like it's drawing to a close here right in front of our eyes.
Yeah. Start getting on that recruiting path and the portal path right now.
And then that's when it's going to be more fun to talk about Carolina basketball, just to be honest, because it's this season has been over basically for a while. I guess everybody sort of came to acceptance about it. I think when they got to 0-10 in the league, it was like, oh, well, that's
where you just kind of, you say, wait till baseball and then you see what baseball does against Oklahoma.
I'm not even going to think about baseball right now. I'm just going to watch the game. I'm not, I said, I don't know. I mean, they could be terrible. I mean,
this is where, to me, this is where the season starts. Like, I don't put much into the records, the stats. I think it's a silly exercise to start like breaking down somebody's OPS against Sacred Heart. Like, you're now going to get frontline pitching every game. You're gonna go up against quality hitters. It's going to be the type of teams that you would face if you're fortunate enough to get to the postseason. So let's see how it goes. Oklahoma's a good team. They're bringing a good squad. Carolina will be at home. I expect there to be good crowds, good weather, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think so. Should be reasonably decent weather, I think, this week.
And that's a big one, too, because if you can get off to a good start there. But you got some tough. Charleston, Chad Tolbert's team comes in to Segra Park on Tuesday. They're good. Then you got at Arkansas. Then you got the North Carolina game in Charlotte. Tar Heels are 6. And then Tennessee comes to town.
Yeah.
It never ends.
Never ends.
Did want to brag a little bit on the Chicago Bears. I got an email today about most search Google terms, right? And sports is a category in the NFL free agency happened. Joe Turney, the guard from the Chiefs that signed with the Bears, was the most Googled player in the NFL during free agency last week. Go Bears.
All right.
I wonder if that's because Pat Mahomes seemed like he was having a hard time staying off of his ass in the Super Bowl. How do you feel about that, JC? Here's what I like is that, the Commanders keep apparently sucking up as many former Gamecocks as they can get their hands on because, traditionally those guys were, thorns in the Georgia side, which is what you're going to have to be if you're going to compete with the Eagles, who is essentially a mirror of Georgia's.
It's a nice little NFC East Gamecock Georgia rival.
I know. I love it. Yeah, let's go.
Guys, enjoyed it.
Yeah,
man.
Mike,
Thanks,
be good.
Mike.
We'll talk to you next week, brother.
You got it, man. Appreciate it.
All right, Phil. Here, man.
Oh, yep. Inside the Gamecocks The Show, we will wrap this thing up and let everybody get into the second half of action should you choose to partake. And Nashville. And tomorrow we have got tomorrow's
Ashley
Thursday.
Chastain.
Yeah, Ashley Chastain Woodard right at the top of at 11 o'clock. And then we will also have I keep thinking about Friday's schedule. What is wrong with
Who's
me?
on? Go ahead and tell everybody who's on Friday.
Mike's on tomorrow. Chastain on at 11:05. We got Raphael at Stuart Lake, of course, picking things up Friday.
Vegas and Hollywood.
I love it.
Hollywood, Stuart Lake, baby.
Hollywood Lake.
Don't forget also, folks, 6 o'clock tonight, softball against Coastal Carolina.
Yep.
Coastal's a pretty good team, although I did read South Carolina leads the overall series 57-9.
Yep.
That's pretty close, pretty competitive.
Yeah, so they keep it tight there. But Coastal coming in with a group of heavy bats hitting plenty of dingers this year. So should be a good match. And of course, we just found out that if you listen to the radio call, you'll get Brad Muller, of course, voice of Champions, as we now like to call him, in the booth with one of the most prolific champions that is in South Carolina lore. One former AD and coach Ray Tanner will be in the booth with Brad. So
true champion, yes.
Definitely a good time to sync up the TV call with the radio call this evening because Coach Tanner's always a good voice in the booth. But for JC, Phil, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening. Watch a little Gamecocks on the TV after 2 days off. And yeah, what you got?
Nothing.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say.
I like that dude in Step Brothers. Pow!
Either way, y'all enjoy the rest of your evening and go Cox.